different. Something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM. From the top of Wologisi to the beaches of Maryland, we cover Liberia like nobody else does. This is Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEOs. Then come with the spoon. To get your information. To the spoon. To be part of my discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? It's what you got today. Spoon TV. It's what you got today. Spoon TV. Spoon. Yes, sir. A special one from the CEOs. Then come with the spoon. And your boy, right in the south. On the beat. To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon, spoon television. Spoon radio. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Spoon, you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland to Tospo. Yeah, yeah, to Tospo. If you eat Kepa, Regina, my brother, to Tospo radio, to Tospo. Yeah, to Tospo. You want to get a news update, to Tospo. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, when you back today. Yes, when you back today.
Finally, I remain very concerned about the outsized influence of the United States in our transitional justice process. We must forge new strategic partnerships based on mutual benefit and disabuse ourselves of the notion that we have a special relationship with America. Truth be told, this so-called special relationship only exists in our imagination. Lest we forget, the United States was one of the last countries to recognize our independence. Lest we forget, the United States has taken more from us than it has given. Lest we forget, the United States will always serve its own interests above all else. Once we accept these truths, we will appreciate that a reimagined Liberia can never be anyone's stepchild. This particular portion of the oration is what is the takeaway portion out of all of what Pele said today. Everybody was the right to walk out of the hall. The embassy has responded that it was in the spirit of making sure that there was still a decorum and for the program in the spirit of the program to continue. Hence, the Ashashi walked out. Others have said, why was President Bouaka nodding? Why didn't he rebuke what was said? Others are still checking on the executive mansion website to see what was posted. What's the response? Well, the only thing so far is the president's message that has been posted, that there is a 5-year plan to coincide with the Vision 3030 to make sure that Liberia gets some sort of development, and his government is willing to work with folks from all across the aisle, political, religious, social, economic, whatever status, willing to forge a new Liberia. But isn't it a topic fit to be talked about today, to be on our flyer? And we have two honorable men. Honorable Musa Hassan Belete, District Number 7, Nimba County Representative. Honorable Edwin Melvin Snow, Bomi County Senator. And of course, our esteemed panelists who will be weighing in on this particular topic as well. I do see Dr. Richardson is in the background. She's dressed in red, white, and blue. And folks are saying the audio is not clear. Let's see if we can work on that quickly. And if you're getting the sound, just kindly comment and let us know how good the audio quality is. Seeing folks are saying the sound is not good. The sound is not good. The sound is not clear. Let's see if we can work on that quickly, because we want to make sure that there is perfect audio and visual quality. Hence, we can continue. So we'll take a short break. To be right back.
Yes, you back today. Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Dr. Richardson, if you can hear me, kindly come on. What's happening is the internet connectivity that the internet speed is.
Yes, I'm here. How are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. I'm doing pretty good. Happy Independence Day to you.
That's good. Happy Independence Day to you. Happy 26. My 26 is on you. You laughing?
Yeah. All right. But we'll see what to do about the 26th though. I love the flag in the background. You know,
yes.
The your red glasses, you know, your shades, your sunglasses. If you want, let me use the word sunglasses. This one are fashion glasses. You know.
No, they want to wear that real glasses.
Real glasses. Oh,
yeah,
medicinal glasses.
Yeah.
Oh,
I get
okay.
prescriptions. Mm-hmm.
Not a prescription by real prescription, you know. So, prescription glasses. My impression is very, very impressive.
It's impressive. Okay, that's good. Listen, oh yeah, this is 26 on your auntie. You know, somebody coming to like to America, you don't keep it like Europe, but however way you want to do it, I would gladly accept. My 26th on the flip side is not yet today. For me to tell him my 26th day is in Ghana. So not yet on the flip side today.
Oh yeah, on the flip side, on the flip side, on the other side.
On the flip side today, you know, I want to use my son, Nelson. So I hope he's doing good. Nelson, my 26th day is on you as well. So when you that Ghana, you in when you come in, my jet pack all the small thing you bring it to like, bro, I'm coming.
They never bring you Dokun, they never bring you Bankun, they never bring you Wachi.
It's not for a long time you talk about Bangu, especially with the gravy that it can use, you know.
They never bring it for you. So folks, the sun, yeah, we apologize if the sun is cracking. That is because of the internet connectivity, and we do hope that the quality improves as the show progresses on. But that is way beyond our control. We're doing our best to see if we can switch to an alternative internet source, but that is something we cannot work on yet. We just hope that the network speed, you know, can improve so that we can have a wonderful show, Dr. Richardson.
Yes. So what did you do today? How's your 26 besides working? It sounds like you worked all day today, just like me.
This is what I'm doing. That's how I spend my entire day.
Okay, so the more you celebrate, the more you eat. Miss Z says somebody brought fish there for your big fish.
Maybe they carry in a high office, but I can't speak much to that though. But we work as a team, you know. The guys on the field team headed by Sylvester Choloplay, they're doing a great job. People say, "Oh, Diamond, why you allow Choloplay to work and do all these things?" We have to give others the opportunity to explore and know what they can do, what their potential is. You know, yeah, you can always be the one to sit in front of everything. You grab it or you put it to yourself. You know, give others the chance. You know, and I do sit back supervising and everything, and I see the growth, how he has grown. You know, how Jurassic has grown into the job, and it makes me feel proud that others can also. Yeah, you know, but the team did a great job today. Choloplay, Jurassic, and the rest of the guys. Kudos. The network was a bit terrible at some point, but we were able to have come up with a means to make sure our people got the full coverage today. They missed nothing. It was a bit of an athletic competition as well today, chasing the motorcade here and there. But it was all fun. It's part of the job. So kudos to the team and everybody else. Happy Independence Day to you, Dr. Riches, and the rest of the crew.
It's awesome hearing, the way that you're nurturing your colleagues to step into leadership position. That's exactly what we should be doing to a certain extent. I know many people heard what the orator said today. This is exactly what she means when she said our dignity must define us. Your ability to, let other people show their potential in their job is how our dignity will define us. I mean, there's a lot of noise I know that was around what she said, which we will explore today. But one of the things that I think we can take away as Liberians is we should let our dignity define us in all capacity. Whether you're in leadership position like Dama is in, whether you're pulling somebody up, because you at a higher level than them, or whether you're just teaching them. This is what we should be doing. So thank you for showing such a leadership to your team. And yeah, I did get a chance to kind of spot check you guys a little bit, because there was a lot of movements today. We started, then y'all went somewhere else, and y'all went somewhere else again. It was just like, I was like, where did people at today, my people? Let me find it.
It was because we were jostling for position, these events, the number of media institutions, both local and foreign, is increased based on how important the event is. So we're jostling for position. At one point in time, the camera was panned out of focus. That was for a minute or two, but we were able to communicate backstage that, okay, this is what is going on. This is what is going on. We need to get things sorted out. These things happen once in a while, especially when you're not given a dedicated position. We don't enjoy that privilege that the state broadcaster would enjoy. So first preference is for the state broadcaster, and then everybody else you kind of fit in, and we are amongst the everybody else. No matter what people feel like, oh, we privileged and all that, no, we amongst the everybody else. So we're able to have remedied that, and the production to a large extent was a good one. But we apologize for those low movements here and there.
Absolutely. Despite whatever position you are given, you make good use of it. I was able to follow. And a lot of Liberians are following you, because when I checked in, also being a part of your team, I also look at the numbers, to see how you guys are doing. That's what I'm spot checking to see if I can call to say, okay, Dama, what happened here, whatever. But you guys, despite, the position that you are given, you made good use of it. You made lemon juice out of lime.
So kind of way.
Yes. So kind of way I did it. So kind of way God did it for you. But yeah, we're here today. Happy 26th to everybody. I'm so happy. As you can see, Liberians are celebrating the 26th day in the diaspora. They started yesterday. It is continuing until, I believe, Sunday evening, Monday morning. A lot of Liberians had different picnics and outings, football or kickball games here in the diaspora. They had roast meat, corn, cassava, anything you want to think about. You had it yesterday at the different part one in my house. You can call him head of the table, head of the house, like that man DJ, not head of the table. He's going out to the out there. So somehow they like to celebrate Liberia Independence Day. They think it's the most fun of being a Liberian. Don't ask me why. I think other things are. And then tomorrow it continues. It continues to football games, soccer game, and then Sunday a lot of people be going to church. A lot of pastors are having different great church ceremonies, and then I think people will say goodbye to each other. So this is a whole.
The weekend is long, eventful as well. And again, we apologize for the sound, the glitches, the breaking the audio. We're monitoring. Our team is working. It's due to the internet connectivity. So kindly bear with us. Magic, who's the head of technical, is doing his best to see if we can have good audio quality. But some way, somehow, we have to, still through with this as well.
I'm reading something. So, Mommy Esther Tarpey Moore, who is an avid follower of Spoon, she's really good. She shares our show. She's always commenting. She said, "Dama, my people put me back on the right side because her brain is not used to seeing me." She said, "Yeah, you might put me on the right side of the screen because her brain is not used to seeing me on the left side of the screen." I'm not sure. Okay, that's what she meant. Isn't that funny? The little things that we take for granted, right? Mommy, there you go. Diamond, fulfill your wish today.
It's done, so she can be at ease now.
Yes, 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 yes. And I'm enjoying my Liberia. Um, Let me put this because the camera plays trick on me. So I'm all dressed up. I'm celebrating our Independence Day at home here. I'm letting the young people, like in my children, enjoy for me. I told them to bring me some roasted meat on a stick. That's what I like best. I hope you keep my roasted meat there, Diamond. We got that. Why won't you want?
Yeah, that just usually when you come, I'm not the fortunate one to see you always, you
That's
know.
true.
Yeah, but this time around, the way you can just come to, you can just appear, pop, and then
I can
by the
appear to I can appear to disappear.
that kind of impressive impression appearing and disappearing, I know how you can do it.
So I bet you, look, we have a serious business today. Like, we're people here. Look, we gotta laugh today, man. Today, Independent Day, so I gotta laugh more, okay?
Yeah, we have to be serious about everything. The serious part will come when the rest of the parallels that you guys get into it and go for no problem. But
That's true. But you know, actually, has a list for me to do. She's making a work schedule for me. I said, Mr. D, why you like brown vacation? She said, no, we make you a work schedule for you. So this time around, I'm sure you guys are, as much as I like to come and travel and all of that stuff, I have to spend some time working. I'm not sure Mr. Richardson will be happy about this, but we have to work around it somehow.
yeah, and you're an integral part of the network. Many people don't get to realize how entrenched you are in this network, and we'll keep it at that.
Yeah.
But most of the time, whenever I want to have a meeting with the CEO, she's like, "Hold on, I'm talking to Dr. Richardson. Hold on, I'm talking." So, okay.
Yeah. Yes. For the sake of Liberia, like you make sacrifices, and I have, and it's really good to have a team player type of relationship, which is what I feel like we have at the station. So I feel like sometimes you don't pray for something to sit on your lap, but when it sits on your lap, you make the best. Like you guys made the best out of your situation today, and that's what I'm doing. And this is because we want Liberians to have the best of news. Who says that we can't be the best? We don't need to always have other involvements into making Liberia what she is. We can be mentored by other people, but this is why Spoon TV is here. Spoon TV is here to give you the best of news. There's been a dark cloud, I say, of information. Like there's been a dark hole of information in our country, and so this is why sometimes we'll come and tell you what we heard, what we hear. The panelists here, they are all volunteering their time, and a lot of times their views are not representative of the network. So, this is why we all come here. They don't get paid. We all come here to talk what we think is in the best interest of Liberia. But a lot of things happen in Liberia today, Diamond. I know you started off telling us a little bit, and then we can let the people call in and tell us their views and their thoughts too. So I want to, what you have to say. What happened in Liberia? How did Liberia people celebrate today? What they did?
So, Doc, I have to leave quickly so that we can try to see what we can do about the sound. So I want to leave you here for a minute or two,
Okay.
so that we can sort things out and see if we can do something from our end as well to sort this sound issue.
Okay. Yeah. I'm happy to be here actually, and I hope you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful, great, happy happy Independence Day, happy 26th day to you. I believe I have some fufu and soup in the back that I'll be eating later. Me and my husband. The kids are out, celebrating Independence Day in various ways. As I told you, right now, I know this morning in Washington, D.C., they had the Liberian Investment Summit, where Liberians were showcasing, different businesses that they own, or, different things that they're involved with. In the Delaware area, I know they're going to be having old-timer match where the old play the young in soccer or football in the United States, and then I'm sure they're going to have a kickball game. In Philadelphia, I know that I heard one of my daughters saying that they are going to a park type setting where they will have food and dance and music, African music, and vendors will also be there. So there's celebration all over. The greatest thing that I learned about United States, and I think this is happening in Liberia too, that holidays such as this is a time for commercialization. A lot of businesses make money, but it's also a time to just have fun with family and friends. It's deserving. Is what should make Liberia a great place, or should make Liberians a great place. Somebody said they miss eating fufu and soup back home. Eric Michael. Let me just recognize a few of our people here as we wait for Diamond to come back, and as we wait for the team to come back as well. I didn't come with any planned speech. I don't usually come with a Dwalu, who I'm sure is coming soon. He's usually is the one who give like a food for thought to Liberians. I'd like to recognize Dennis Jala. He's here. Jala, thank you so much. Happy Independence Day to you as well. Pearl Campbell is watching. Precious Kaula is also watching. She liked what the orator said today. I'm very, very sure that we'll be able to go into that conversation later on today. We have two guests that are coming in. I see the District 7 representative, Musa Ability, is coming in, and as well as Senator Edwin Snow will be here to discuss the happenings that was in the news today. They probably will have a discussion of the orator's speech and the American charge d'affaires. She's left the room today. Let me just see. Lucinda J. Red is also here watching from Oregon. James Bian is here. He said, Happy Freedom Day to all our sweet Liberians. Let us put our political differences aside to glue our heart to one love and unity. Definitely, absolutely. Liberia has such a unique history. Sometimes it's hard, when I think about it and when I talk about it, sometimes it's hard to know where to start from. Diamond, can you hear me? Are we good with the sound? Some people are complaining as well, but
and I want to ask our viewers. Whilst I was away, we were experiencing the same. We're monitoring you solo, off our board and off our entire system, and it was still cracking.
yeah.
So I just want them to comment, whilst I was away, if the sound was good or if there was still the cracking. But we experienced that it was still cracking, and that clearly shows that, probably it's not something internal from here. But others are saying the sound is good now. But we were listening and it was doing the same thing. But they're saying it's better now. Our viewers are saying it's better now, and thankfully we can. All right. So Bookman's son says it's still bad.
Clarence says it's good. It's great now.
Ayo White says the sound is better. It's good. Magic is in the background listening as well. So Dr. Richardson, we can continue and see our best.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Diamond, when I think about the history of Liberia and our relationship to the United States, a lot of times I'm torn, I'm agonized, I'm angry, I'm happy. So I'm going through a range of emotion because, when we think way back in perhaps 1821, when there was a lot of turmoil going on in the United States. You know, they took people from Africa and brought them here to this country called the Great United States and enslaved them for many, many years. Many, many years they were enslaved. And then somewhere along the line, they wanted to send these people that they brought because, you know, a lot of the white people, I guess, they were slave owners and they want to know, what are we going to do with the black people here? These people, if we free them, what are we going to do? Are we going to give them political rights? Are we going to give them social rights? Are we going to treat them as equal? So that was the question of the day, you know? And then the black people themselves, some of them were saying, no, your brothers here, we not stay here for a long time. We not born our children here. How y'all will take us and then y'all send us to Africa, a place that we don't know? And then some people are saying, well, we don't want to be here. Y'all send us. We want to go. We want our own freedom. We want to have. So there was a lot of different views being expressed at the time. A lot of people were agonized, okay? Despite all of that, some group, whether they knew it or not, they were put on a ship, in a few ships, okay, and sent to Liberia. And you know, when I was in Liberia, one of the textbook that we used is sort of open up like, oh, the ship came and saw this vast, and I'll never forget those words, this vast openness of land. That's what it said, as if Liberia was nothing was there, it was just a vast openness of land. And later on, I learned through my reading that that was not necessary, that was not true. That was not true at all. People were on the ground, other Africans there, okay? And over a series of years, it became a tug and pull, a fight between the traditional people that, first of all, the ACS landed in Sierra Leone. Let's get that fact correct first. And then later on, you know, they moved, you know, through fighting. It wasn't easy. You know, the people who were on the ground, they were fearful. They were wondering, who are these strange people? What are they coming to do here? And I don't know if they understood exactly the relationship, you know, that they had with the ACS or what was to be. I don't know if they really grasped that concept. And the reason why I'm saying is this, because the people who are there, they live in a very communal setting from what I read. You know, the thing about land ownership and independence and all of those things, they were not paramount. They were not something that they were on their mind. Those issues were issue of the West. They were issue of Great Britain, France, you know, and the United States. They were the one who were into, this is my land, this land is my land, this is my property, and I want to declare independence because I want to define my territory. But we in Africa, my forefathers were content. You know, they could go to the ocean, whatever they wanted to go to. They could sit outside and watch the breeze. They could pray to whoever they wanted to pray to. All right. And so there was that agony, in my opinion, for all of my readings that I've gathered. So it wasn't so easy. I don't want us to paint the picture that it was so easy. And, you know, eventually there was a lot of studies that, you know, went on in the United States. There was a lot of fights. And Liberia decided that she was going to seek independence. That's why I like to use the word seek. I want is declare, because that she still had a lot of help from the American government. American government helped us along the way. When Great Britain and France were taking minerals and stealing, and that was the interest. Americans were still fighting for us. They were still protecting of the ACS, even though, you know, they didn't support us. We got our independence from the ACS, the American Colonization Society, and there was a lot of conversation between should Liberia become the 51st state, or should Liberia become a state? I shouldn't say 51st state because, you know, some states were still being recognized then. Should Liberia become a state or colony of the United States? And that was the question. Or should Liberia remain her own sovereign country? So that was the agony that was going on. And of course, America, through all her turmoils and her different views, what is happening now? The same thing is happening now. America, people have to realize, it's a country that is made up of so many different people. To make decisions in this country, you see, if you watch C-SPAN or if you watch any of the news outlet, they fuss and argue to make the best decision. They don't just get up one day and say, blah 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 blah. It's like, or somebody is not this. This is not a dictatorship. They have to get a good consensus. It got to be a consensus of people. They got to vote on issues and stuff like that. And so that's what we found ourselves. And eventually, we did seek our independence. I like to use the word seek our independence. And our orator used in defiance. That's what she used the in defiance day. But we'll keep that conversation and for another for later on. Yeah, but a lot of things happen today. A lot of things happen in our country today. So I'll circle back to you, Tom, and if you have some other thoughts or questions or something like that.
Well, interestingly, you laid out the formation of the Republic of Liberia from the coming of the free slaves, or the settlers as we call them, and their interactions with the indigenous people, if you want to call them, or the natives, or those who were inhabiting the land prior to their arrival. As you rightly put it, Dr. Richardson, it wasn't a smooth relationship. There was mistrust, amongst the people. Equally, the settlers were equally wary of the indigenous people who were here. And strange things are fearful unless you can try to understand what it is. The whole American thing. People ask, why was the United States the last, or why didn't the United States just recognize Liberia? There were so many factors that were at play in the United States of America. And one of those factors was the fact that they didn't want those free slaves, to look at Liberia as an experiment and say, oh, these guys just left from here, and in a year or 2 or 3 or 10 years later, 20 years later, they're governing themselves. That would send a different idea as to, what can a black man do, in America. They were also wary of the fact that the slave population, those that were freed, as you rightly said, are they going to be co-equals? Are they going to be doing the same things as the whites? Are they going to get educated? Are they going to get economically empowered? Are they going to overrun those states and other things? So there were a lot of things that were playing. So bringing them to Liberia wasn't like, oh, let's go to Africa. It wasn't like, oh, let's go and give them a land. It was like, let's see how best we can reduce this population that might be to us. So yes, Liberia declared or sought our independence for several reasons. One, land encroachment, as you said. The French were encroaching because they had their place in Cote d'Ivoire. The British were in Sierra Leone. They had their issues with Liberia as well. But what really was the igniting point was the Little Ben affair, that whole ship affair that happened. That the Liberian government then at the time seized the Commonwealth, then seized the ship from Freetown, that was encroaching. And the British in Sierra Leone decided that they will also come here, and take their ship plus one ship, take it back to Sierra Leone. So all of those things, were we ready to govern ourselves? The question is, those who made the decision at that time felt clearing or seeking independence would have put them in the position to be counted as a sovereign nation, that they make decisions. Were there selfish motives to that as well? That's for debate. Because if you look at the population of those who were educated at the time, who made the decision, they stood to benefit the more. So a lot of questions and answers, and when we say, look at where we are now, should there have been proper decisions, to nurture us into statehood and nationhood and all of that, to understand where we are? Or was it all about individual interest from the onset?
It's a good question.
So, was it all about individual interest from the onset? You're talking about from 1822 to 1847 up to 2024. What didn't we get right?
Yeah.
That we still should to get it right at this age. So, Dr. Richardson, if you talk about these are the things that should be taught in our schools. Our students at junior and senior high levels and even tertiary levels should be engaged in these conversations. Debate on these topics. Let us all crack our minds and our brains and see what we can do. What wasn't done right from the onset that has led us to where we are.
Mm-hmm. And I think I would add another layer to that, Diamond. What lessons can we learn to move forward? You know, we had many groups organizing. In Liberia, we had the indigenous group, our natives group, our traditional group. Okay, um, did they really want to be governed by other people? And then we have the American governors, you know, like Judy Ashman, you know, these guys who came in, you know, sacrificed their life to some extent because they had to
Yeah.
leave their livelihood in the United States to be on the shore of like the Green Coast of Liberia at the time. Well, it wasn't called Liberia. Liberia is a Latin word, means free. So they had to sacrifice the time. And then you're right. So who benefited from all of this? Did Liberians benefit? Did the United States benefit? Did the French benefit? Did the Great Britain? Did the British benefit? So those are the questions that we should be asking ourselves and be able to learn how to move forward now. Okay, this happened to us. This is the history of our country. A lot of agonizing. A lot of people were involved. How do we move forward? What have we learned? And I don't want to say, you know, I know there's a question like Diamond about colonization. The countries around us were colonized, and perhaps, you know, those countries operated on the system of the country that colonized them. For example, Great Britain imposed their will on the people in Nigeria and Ghana. Okay, so to a certain extent, those people had to submit their willpower because of colonization to the Great Britain to Britain. Okay, in Liberia, we didn't have that. We were all up for grabs, and like you said, who was benefiting from, you know, the riches of Liberia? Who was benefiting? We didn't have that. We didn't have no colonization. We didn't have any systematic way of governing ourselves or systematic way of development. When the British went to Ghana and Nigeria, they carried systems there, their system, whether good or bad. I mean, actually, it was bad because they had a lot of war. You know, the Biafra War happened in Nigeria because I don't think it just happened. And we know that for Ghana suffered for a long time until they had a strong man like Jerry Rowland who sort of set things in motion for them. Because as a young girl, I remember Liberia used to be a place where people like the Ghanaians came for refuge, you know. Um, so again, you know, but we are where we are. What I want to say, we are where we are. Where do we go? And I think that should be the message for us today. And we'll talk about, was that the message for us today? Like,
Yeah,
where do we go from here?
that was the overall theme from the orator.
Mm-hmm.
A radical agenda for reimagining Liberia. You know, and just to piggyback on what you said concerning whether colonization would have served us, you know,
Mm-hmm.
I think we had the opportunity to have been peers with those who were colonizing other countries. You
Yes.
know, we had the opportunity to have been equals, to learn from them, to have invited, to have brought the systems, because now we're not subjects, we are peers because we are a sovereign country,
Mm-hmm.
and we had the opportunity to have gotten it right earlier than these other countries.
Mm-hmm.
That is my opinion on this matter. This is a particular topic that is dear to my heart. In history class, we debated on this as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference when you are a subject. You cannot go and be in high room conversations and all of that. But you are a sovereign country. You sitting at the table, irrespective of whether or not your skin is black or is green or is yellow. You can negotiate to bring in those systems. You can say, look, okay, yes, we have the British in Sierra Leone. We have the Americans in the far north. What can we do in terms of looking at the systems that have been adapted in these countries? We started trading before the Ghanaians started trading as a country.
Yes.
We started having investments before the Ghanaians started to run their own investments as Ghanaians. You know, what we did to ourselves was we segregated, separated, and alienated a lot of our people, and we chose to benefit. In Liberia, we were guilty of even being involved in human trading.
Yes.
Yes, taking strong people from the southeast and other
The
parts,
key people
taking
primarily.
to
Yes,
go and work.
I heard, I read that.
We
Yes.
already started from the onset to break the fabric of our country. We decided from the onset that, look, we will benefit, we will ostracize, we will assimilate, and we will take what is best for us. And because of that, the systems failed from the onset.
Yeah. And Diamond, I think you're making an excellent point that we could have sat at the table as equals. Okay. If we really, really sat down and thought about the benefits of all Liberians, not some Liberians, it wasn't going to be an easy challenge because I don't think the British or the Ghanaian wanted us to sit at the table. Keep in mind now, there was this idea of the black man was inferior. All right. And so to me, but that didn't mean that we should have stopped along the way. We could have keep pressing and use our context as an example of how to be great, how to be better in the region. But I don't think, again, I think we go back, who benefited from suppressing another man? Who benefited from that? To some extent, I believe the United States and their co-partners benefited. You know, no way they were going to allow the slaves or the people the black people who they took to Africa to be better. There was no way at the time. No way. So let me stop here. I see my co-panelists are joining in. Stanton, how are you? Glenn DJ, how are you? I was thinking about you today when I heard what happened in Paris.
Hello, Doc. How are you?
I'm doing well.
The Olympian mother of the Olympian.
Thank you. Thank you. Baby T, how you doing?
Asuba, I'm very impressive.
One burger, yo. One burger, hello.
The man in a merry mood.
No, everything all right. How you doing?
We're good. We're
Doing
good.
good.
Good. That Richard saying you the next orator next year.
No.
You can refuse. And all your data that you won't talk to put the country in
I'm
trouble.
not talking. I know my limitation.
You the next orator next year.
My own talking that is impressive.
We want to welcome everyone to the Small Talk. Dr. Richardson, thank you very much, as always, for holding the show down. Glennie can come on as such. I'm on.
That's not even true. You need to
But
stop that.
what were you
Stop
doing
trying
in the
to
back?
get. No, I got you.
What were you
No,
doing in the
let me
back?
tell you. Stop it.
I don't want the explanation. Thank you, Aliyah.
Please
I don't
just
need
stop.
your explanation.
Stop trying to. In fact,
I don't need your explanation. Stop wasting my time. We got serious issues to discuss. Uncle Sam, happy belated birthday to you, Uncle Sam. The one and only. Uncle Sam, you turned 70 or 72? Where are we with your age?
71.
Okay, 71. So the 72 was in passing. It was a mistake.
What I told you 71.
You said 72.
Yeah, I was 71 yesterday. My man.
Charlie, Uncle saying no, even Uncle saying and drink it. They go, boy, you come to come asking about what
No,
is after.
I start drinking it. Yeah, I start drinking it. By the time the show finished, I start drinking it.
But
Happy
I'm
26,
glad to see, Uncle Sam. I actually thought you were going to not be awake today, considering the celebration that I saw yesterday.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Richardson. I slept all day. I have a very disciplined. I have a disciplined sleep health schedule. My iPhone does that for me, based upon my vitals, my pulse rate, my heart rate, and my blood pressure. It tells me when to go to sleep, when to do things, when to be active, And I communicate that to my doctors, and they tell me exactly what to do. So I'm very, very blessed.
Man, business. I'll tell you when to go to sleep this time. Yeah. We say you better stop.
So I must be doing something right to reset me. I must be doing something right. Allah Doc.
You're talking the truth, Uncle Sam. So true, Daddy.
Yeah.
So let's bring
Dr.
in.
Regency, I don't know what you were trying to do on that picture that you were showing yesterday where you were dancing. You were bringing some people out, though.
My husband reading your comment, he laughed.
He laughed, man. You were bringing some people out there.
Who had that original were burning? Only AB had she were burning, not nobody.
That's true.
I beg you, what you for? Any fine woman, any man see them, they can elect them, you know.
You see, when somebody talk about your own or fine woman, you get vet. At least all of
I don't get vet. I don't get vet.
When somebody talk about your own or fine woman, you get vet. Leave somebody fine woman business.
Also, the woman is attractive. I mean, I say the woman is beautiful and she's intelligent.
Well, somebody say your wife beautiful, your wife that Barbie, you get vet. What they call her Barbie?
I didn't call Dr. Richardson Barbie. I didn't call her Barbie.
Stop. Leave the fine woman in business. Uncle said, be content with your own fine woman you get. At least that people get Liberian fine woman. You went to South Africa to get South African fine woman. That who Glenny forcing with Glenny when you finish talking, come back on the show. You forcing, we can hear you. Birthday boy, today is Mama's birthday. Mama, how you doing?
Birthday. Mama's birthday. Mama shares the same birthday with Liberia.
Come again?
You share the same birthday with Liberia.
Oh yeah.
I know. And he was hiding it too.
That's what I think.
Last
year
we had that originally had a little clap.
But who will remember last year to this year? You know, Stanton memory not good.
Why you want to blame Stanton?
But I
Mama, happy birthday. Happy birthday, fellow dragon.
Thank you, Senior Dragon.
That's the issue. In my history. Yeah, yes, the issue. Yes, the issue. Right? Yes, the issue. Yeah. In my history.
Go research that, Doc. Go research it.
Wait. Let me address Glenny on the public.
Oh Lord. I'm in trouble again.
I have never, ever passed my gap. I fall within that range.
Which range is that?
Okay. Not above my age, not below my age. So I'm gonna leave it like that. So Glenny, you were tired. I'm happy that you're going to France. You and your ex going to meet, and you can rejuvenate, and you can make up, and you can rekindle, and you can put aside for the sake of the young men that are running, for the sake of the Independence Day today. You can apologize to him, and he said he will. Oh, she go.
Talking flower.
She run away that the shashi affair.
Mama, don't do that. I beg you, don't do that. But folks, I want us to play this. We got our independent video we're going to play. We should be calling one young Liberian who know how to sing the national anthem. Well, I'm waiting for the number for us to call her. We're going to talk about major issues concerning our country today. We're going to show highlights of the Independent Day program. You understand the orator, Dr. Rodell. I think I pronounced the name right? Rattel. Okay. Something about Dr. Rattel. So we'll discuss the whole aspect of this independent address today to the nation, home and abroad. And we'll talk about a walk away that was done today by the American delegations. Today, our guest is Edwin Melvin Snow, Senator Bomi County, and Musa Hassan Bedete, Representative, District Number 7, Sakopie, Nimba. We want to say that something happened today, this morning I was called. A young teenager found some beautiful stone. We will discuss that story more. Some people say that was diamond. Some people say that gold. Some people say that opal. They get. Okay, I'll be back.
Yeah, I mean.
So go ahead, Doc.
Doc, you can take over, Doc.
So as Tinda was saying, there was a diamond found in the country today. I don't know if you guys heard about it, but it seems like Independence Day story was dominated. The issue was dominating the issue. So What do you guys think? What do you guys think today? Actually, how you spend your independence today? Maybe we can talk about that until comes in. Until we get into the real meat of the subject.
Mommy, happy birthday!
Thank you, Uncle Sam. You know you my
How old are you today?
I'm 29 years old.
You liar. You're a big liar.
But why you say the man lie?
That 29-year-old football face there, you're Cameroonian. That the Cameroonian can lie. They say the 16 when the 29.
Yeah, at the football age.
If you already knew the answer, Uncle Sam, then don't ask the question. Ask the man make
I want to know his resettlement age. His resettlement age.
So try to explain the day today, Dr. Brother. Let's start with you.
So Doc and my fellow colleagues, greetings from Marshall Magibi on our 177th birthday as a nation. Today, I started with exercise. We have a nice little exercise group here. We do exercise for about an hour, and then we just fellowship, solid, good people in the Marshall community. Have breakfast, good conversation. But then today I went to
Dr. Brother, your exercise, is that walking, running? You guys are just
no, it's group exercise. So yeah, we start off by warming up, walking, we do some jogging, and then we have some good coaches who lead the group exercise. So it's kind of intense for 1 hour, but you know, people go at a pace as they're able. You know, provide water for everybody. It's more than just physical, it's emotional, it's psychological, it's mental, it's relational, it's social. It's a good gathering of good people in the Marshall community. But then I went to a rehab center, Dr. Richardson, and got to talk to the people who run the center and talk to a patient at the center, a young patient. And I will tell you, on the one hand, the people who run the center are doing a good job. But they also lamented the fact that they don't get support from the government.
That's a problem. Your system is very bad.
That's not me, or that's somebody else.
That's a problem. Everybody muted.
No,
so that everybody mute themselves and let you see. So
everybody
not mute themselves.
Hi, you see? I mean, so anyway, so I went to the rehab center. I talked to the people who are running the center, and they lamented the fact that they don't get support from the government. And so we made a commitment to help them find support. And again, it grieved my spirit because it's just consistent with the low human capital investment that we make in our country. Because the more we invest in people, the more productive they will be and the quicker our country will develop. And so, you know, I thank God for this day. And we look ahead. We look ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. Again, we want to welcome everyone. We just hope that we all have a beautiful program today. We want to welcome the good, the bad, and the ugly. Which category you find yourself in? This is Liberia. I know I found myself to be in the good because I'm a good person. Jesus Christ said there is no one who is so good like Stanton. I claim it. I believe it.
Are you explaining how you spend your 26? Because of the series that the Richardson set up before you came in.
I'm going to explain that the Richardson limit, man. I'm going to explain how I spend my 26. You think that is small? That is small. You think that is small time thing? You're going to get cool water and bread and go under the tea. And Mama used to check the get bread and run behind the gate. You think that's what we're going to explain here? But listen, I want us to play this. Somebody did something good real quick then. We'll give everybody a chance. But you got you in red, white, and blue. Oh, that's nice. Beautiful. That's nice.
Your job business really serious.
We want to be grateful to God for the beautiful happy 26th to all. We want to celebrate this day in grand style. We want to say to all of you, welcome to the Spoon Talk again. Happy Independence Day. 177 or 178? Where are we? 177, right? We want to say we are grateful to God for the beautiful day, the sunny year where I am, the eastern part of the United States, and I know today was a beautiful day in Liberia. Let's talk about our country. We're going to have Edwin Mervyn Snow, the senator for Bami County. We're going to have Musa Hassan Belete, the representative of Nima County District number 7. We're going to have a very wonderful show. Yes, indeed, we'll be discussing the walkout of the US delegation at the program, something that have never happened in years. 12 years under Madam Salif, they embraced her. 6 years under Joe Wyatt, he sat in the seat of the president of the United States of America, Joe Biden. There was no walkout. Today, 6 months into this government, the US delegation to the country walkout. You will say your own today, and we will say our own. And the Liberian people will call in to give the view. Where is our nation? Our guests tonight, Musa Hassan Belete and Edwin Mervyn Snow, will give their own view and opinion on the issue. But again, happy Independence Day to all. Whatever you find yourself, we celebrate you as a Liberian. Be strong, be courageous, that this too will pass, and we will reap the blessing of our country. So officially, 5:03 p.m. Eastern Time, USA, 9:03 p.m. Liberia, we are going to start this program. Welcome again to the Spoon Talk. Please share our show. Please comment. We really want to hear from you. We said thank you yesterday. We received 70,000 viewership yesterday, just on Spoon Network. Not Fabric, not Super, not YouTube, but just on Spoon. We want you to come back and be part of our family. Let's talk Liberia. Let's think Liberia. And together, let's build a new Liberia. Dr. Richardson, let's start the show. 30 seconds each that our guests can come on. We start with you, Dr. Richardson. Your 30 seconds.
I want to add happy 26th day to everyone who's listening. I'm very thankful that you were able to join us today. I am very much interested in what everyone will be saying about the Americans walking out of the event today. I do have some thoughts. First of all, I want to say kudos to the orator, Rebel Paley. I believe that she presented well. She spoke very well. She's an author. She's an academician. She's an art activist. So we can look at the pros and cons of her speech. One of the things that I took away that I would also like to explore is dignity must define us. Dignity must define us. I took that away. With all the noise that's going on, I think we can sort of look at how dignity must define us in multiple ways. So I'm looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you. Let's welcome our sister, Glendy. Glendy, welcome to the show. Talk to us.
Thank you. Hello. Happy Independence to everybody. It's good to be on. So happy Independence. Today we were able to watch a young woman who became an orator. We have different views on the speech, and I'm sure we'll get into that. Also want to acknowledge the fact that on the 177th Independence Day, Liberia was represented at the Olympics, was able to watch that. So kudos to our team Liberia that's out there, and we're looking forward to a great show. I'll keep all of my opinions about the orator for later, but it's good to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Uncle Samuel Jackson, again, happy belated birthday to you. Your 30 seconds, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Stanton. Thank you to all the panelists. First of all, I'd like to express my greatest joy and deepest appreciation to the thousands of people who wish me happy birthday. I want to make a special mention of the South African ambassador, Dr. Ibe, who came to my house and to wish me happy birthday. This is really was an honor. On the issue of the 26th, I slept through most of the day. I don't even know whether it rained or not, but typically what I've been doing the last 30 days is been taking like 30 minutes of short hops, like a little jog, just because I woke up one morning and my pulse rate was below 60, was at 58. So I said, wow, it can't be that. So I started to exercise, and I got it back up the way it normally is, between around 70. So when I jog now, it's about 104, counts down to like 70. When I wake up in the morning, around 67, 70. So I want to tell thank you, and I'm sure Glennie knows the medical reason for a pulse below 60. So that was very worrisome to me, but I got it back up. But I will go to the doctor to check my cardio thing when I go to my medicals next month. So thank you all very much that I managed to see my 71st birthday, and thank you all so much.
Mame?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Father God, go ahead, and then Dr. Brumlett and Mame would be last.
Well, today was a quiet day. I think it's drizzled a little. It rained a little, but I didn't do much. Spent my day at home watching movies, slept a little. I didn't do much today, but woke up, I listened to the speech. I know we'll delve into it. I have my own opinion about the speech. But a lot of good things were said in the speech. Other than that, I look forward to another fruitful engagement. And then, Mommy, happy birthday. And Uncle Sam, happy belated birthday. We cut your cake here and we did a virtual eating of that cake last night.
Thank you so much.
But yeah, it was great. So I look forward to the discussion today. Yeah?
Dr. Brumlett?
Well, today, like I shared earlier, I was in an exercise group early this morning. Good fellowship, good people. And then I went to visit a rehab center. You know, we've had the LDEA director, Kurma, on here a number of times and to talk about, trying to, control drug use, drug trafficking, but we don't talk much about rehab. So I got to see that firsthand today and appreciate the effort of rehabilitation and made a commitment to help with that. My nephews and nieces, they are celebrating. I get them small money. I get them my car. They're somewhere in my river enjoying themselves. For me, I stayed home because for me, it's at 177. It's a story of two versions. One, celebration because we deserve that. The other is sober reflection because we have tremendous amount of challenges, and we need to brace ourselves to meet those challenges. Oration, we'll talk about that later when that topic comes up.
Thank you very much. Happy birthday, Mame. Good to see you. Talk to us, please.
Thank you, Senator. I mean, today my birthday, celebrate with the country. It's exciting for me when I reflect on the years back. I think I come this far by faith, leaning on the law side with my family and friends, especially those one who can look straight in my face and say, Amola, you are wrong. Those are my best friends. Depending on family values, what our parents taught us. You say, Amola, you can do anything to not intentionally hurt anyone. When you pray for wealth, when you pray for power and influence, always ask God to give you what you can control and not what can control you. So by those values, we've reached this far by faith, leaning on the Lord's side, family and friends with us. We're just grateful for all the best wishes, and we're taking the time to come and talk about our country.
Thank you very much, Brother Mame. Again, folks, because we're going to be having, they are logging in right now, Senator Edwin Snow and Representative Musa Ability. We can only take but 10. So some of the panelists that are joining us, please be patient. We'll bring you in and we'll rotate. Today is a big day for our country, and we want to welcome everyone and want to entertain everyone on the show. I can see Conor Gray in the back. Conor Gray, please. We'll bring you on. Just exercise a little patience, please. Let's get the guests on. Senator Snow, if you're listening to me, your video is not on, but we know that you're in. maybe you can open your video for you to come on. And I'm also saying that representability is here as well. Representability, I can see your video is open, is on, and we'll bring you in shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, there you go, representability. It's good to see you. We want to say we're going to be having a great show today. Your comments seriously matter at this time, whether you're for or against. We really want to hear you. Then we'll do our best to give you our best option and our own opinion on the story trending today. That which is trending is the speech from the doctor. Again, we want to say we have invited Jeremy Pierre, who agreed to appear on the show on Monday. The Information Minister Jeremy Pierre will be our guest on Monday. Don't forget, we're also going to bring in on our show on Sunday Emmanuel Nukwe, Senator of Magibi County. We're going to bring in the CDC acting chairman, Janga Ko. He will be our guest on Sunday, one-on-one with the CEO. Probably at the time, we'll have received some official response to the orator speech today. Welcome to the show. Musa Hassan Ability. It's always good to see you, Representative, and I'm Mr. Chairman. Thank you for joining us today. Let's have a spoon talk. Your intro, Chairmanability. You're muted. Can you unmute, please?
Thank you, and happy Independence Day to all the folks, and also to Liberians, both in and outside of Liberia. I hope that we have a sober reflection on where we are as a country, and hopefully we can chart a due course.
While we wait for Senator Snow, he's logging in. He will be coming in. Overview. We gave you 1 minute. Gave us a perfect intro. We know you already. But overview of the trending issue today, the Independence Day. What's your take?
Well, first, let me say the program was very well organized. I think seating capacity, everything in good place. That was good. Normally, when you go to a program like the guests come with issue of no seat, discomfort. But today, everything seemed to have gone well. I was in the chat room of the house, no complaint. So it was a good day. The speech, I see Mame says.
Mame, are you saying something to us? It looked
okay, sorry.
Go ahead.
The speech, for me, personally, I have mixed reactions. In general, I think that it was more of a philosophical speech. I didn't take too much into the jabs, but she was brutally honest on most of the issues. I don't agree with her on her assertion that what America has taken from Liberia is more than what Liberia has taken from America. I don't agree. I have a different view on our relationship with America. I think that in a real sense, America has literally spoiled Liberia, meaning that, they've given us so much. I think we've never used it properly. And then we also should ask ourselves, should we even be talking about depending on another country as a country? Should that even be an issue? Are we supposed to be sovereign country? We should be making our own decisions as a country. And should someone even be saying that somebody has taken from us? If they taken from us and we're saying that, what were we doing when they took it from us? So for me, and if we look at the real number and things, I think we've gotten a lot from America. There are more than maybe 50,000 Liberians whose life would never have been better today than they are because of America. Half of the money that this country consumes come from America through the private sector. also during the war, America played a lot of role in the 2003 war. Without America, that war was about to get even bloodier. But America stood up and said, Chancellor, you have to go. Nobody said that. If Chancellor had dug in and brought in more arms, I mean, we are aware. I don't know if many of you know that there was a plane load of ammunition that came in the country, and that plane load was bombed. We don't know who bombed it, but we know that would have made a lot of changes, and the Taylor would have talked in, and so, and then ECOWAS, America gave a lot of money to ECOWAS to keep their forces in Liberia during the Accra Peace Conference. But people don't know. People thought that was the Ghanaian government that was footing those bills. No, it was the United States government that was footing those bills. The only company in the last 40 years, all our natural resources that have left this country, none of them have gone to American companies. The only company, Firestone, rubber is not a natural resources. So, I would like to be a little more realistic. I can be as brutally frank. As a representative, I refuse to always, and I've said on this show, when people say what America said, because for me, it really shouldn't be that way. So I don't care what America says as far as Liberia or positions are. But to say that, they've taken more from us than that they're taking more from us than they've given us. I think that's not correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, folks, we're going to be having a foreign program today.
And then stand on the last, please. This is very important. The decision by the Charger affair to walk out, I think that was very bad. That was totally un-American. At the end of the day, American value is democracy and people's right to speak. If she heard something that she didn't like, America has a lot of ways to respond. But to leave us with a visiting president, a president, vice president, speaker, pro tem, our whole government, and walk out, that was wrong and unacceptable.
So let's go ahead. Let's go around the block again. Thank you very much for joining us, Representative Verity. Again, to each his own. What you hear on the set, hold the panelists responsible for their comments. And we will have a fun discussion tonight. Dr. Richard said, you went through the speech, you went through everything, you listened to it. There are a lot of people commenting on Facebook. Let's get into it. Let's have some serious talk while we wait for Snow. Musa is here, but let's be real. Let's hear you up, Dr. Richardson. What's your position?
I want to start off by saying I think it was a good decision to give a young Liberian woman the orator position. I think she's qualified. I read her background. She's an academician. She's an author, and she's an activist. And I think for the most part, in reading her speech, she said a lot of good things when she was speaking to Liberians. Like when she said, let our dignity define us. She used those words repeatedly in the speech. I think those were good things. Define us. She defied the legislature. She defied the president on him bringing in the yellow machine. She defied him, making the decision to get money from NASCARs to borrow cars. She talked about our referendum. We need a referendum to have national symbols in the country. I will start. I think I'm a little bit. I have mixed feelings about the national symbol issue. I don't think it's easily resolved by just a referendum, and also to say, okay, we're going to change our seal, we're going to change the wording on, we're going to change the color of our flag. Those things have deep meanings for Liberia, and it has existed for many years. So I think we really need to be careful how we think about the change. I agree with you, Senator Billy, when you said that America has done a lot for Liberia. America has been a long-standing partner for Liberia. America has done a lot for us in terms of aid, and we have been the one. We have been the one who have not defy our corrupt behaviors in us, because she asked us to be defiant. Okay, we have not respected using the money and the aid and the health care supplies that the United States have given us. We have not defied, how we need to dignify others in our country. We've continued to allow our corrupt needs, our greed, to define us, as opposed to letting our dignity define us. I would disagree with you, actually, his ability. I had an opportunity to think about the Americans' response to the orator. They left. I think that that was their way of expressing their freedom of speech. My freedom of speech begins where yours starts. And they heard something that they didn't like on their page, they said the speech was divisive. They were not there. They were looking for a more hopeful speech. They were looking for a more unified speech. And so I think that sometimes we think freedom of speech is just a broad, open concept. It's not. My freedom stops where yours start. And so they reacted in that way. So I'd like to stop for now, and then we can move on. I'll come back with other thoughts.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richard Saint. Edwin Snow is coming on. If you guys have questions, because Senator Snow and Musa, they are the guests for today. I want us to that from the legislative standpoint, where they are. She spoke on a lot of different issues, like you are saying, Dr. Richardson. Maybe we can take some questions and pose this question to the guests. Let's hear you, Glennie. You followed the speech. You went through it. What's your take?
Hello, everybody. Honorability, I must say today will be one of the days that I've agreed with everything you've said. Must admit.
Happy Independence Day.
Yes, Independence Day. Happy Independence Day. I listened to the speech. I want to also say here quickly that I have followed Dr. Pillay, and I follow her way of activism. And when we ask an activist to come and speak at a national program, you want to also recognize that those things that have bothered them, they're going to talk about it. What I find intriguing is when she's saying, let our dignity define us, what dignity is she speaking of would be my concern. What is that dignity that she's speaking of? Does that dignity entails the fact that Liberians continue to impoverish their people? What is the dignity? What is that dignity that she speaks of that we're supposed to have as Liberians? I'm also was concerned that she said nothing about Great Britain. If you're going to criticize America, and Representative Ability alluded to the Firestone issue, if you go back and read the World War II, it will interest you to know that Great Britain did not want Firestone to come. So what has been their role in Liberia? Is it because she lives and works in England? That's why she could not complain about Great Britain. It would have been balanced to have done that than to focus only on what America has and has not done for Liberia. That was kind of concerning to me, that she said nothing about Great Britain and what has been a role to help in Liberia. And I think the American people also have summarized it to say, like Dr. Francine is saying, we respect free speech, and you must also respect our ability to walk out when we don't want to hear what you're saying. So even though it may appear like everybody is saying, oh, they're not diplomatic enough. So what diplomacy on the overall did we exemplify when you invite a guest in your house and everyone is there and you're condemning them to their face? Do you expect them to just sit and listen to it? So if we're going to respect our orator and all that she's saying, I applaud her and I applaud the opportunity that she had as a young Liberian woman to come out, a young activist is how I want to refer to her. The fact that she had this opportunity to come and speak to her, and there was nothing that she said was untrue. I'm just concerned about the fact that if it was going to be balanced, in my opinion, then we could have mentioned Great Britain and we could have mentioned what Liberia have done to themselves. Not leave those two portions, or to leave it out and just hold America accountable for what has happened to Liberia is where I have a difficulty understanding. But I want to say kudos and congratulations to the opportunity that we had to listen to her. But I don't think it was balanced enough for me, because Liberians was left out and Great Britain was left out. And I think those two people cannot be left out if you're going to criticize where Liberia is today, if we're going to dignify our dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glennie. Again, once we have Honorable Snow, we're going to switch this thing. I want to hear from Liberia. Once everyone's finished speaking, the people want to get on the phone and give us their own take on what they heard today. Where are Liberians? Are they for or against this speech concerning the American and the American walking out? We have to discuss it. Let's bring in my brother Fadiga. Again, talk to us.
Good evening, Representative Benedict. Look, I listened to the speech today. In fact, I just spoke with Dr. Pele a few minutes ago before coming on, and we had a brief discussion about her speech today, and we laughed about it. But I want us to do something tonight. I don't want us to lose sight of what she said today. The walking away was a minute portion of every good thing that lady said today. And the only thing that we have chosen to take away was one American diplomat walk away. And then I see two group of people here. Those, some not all, within the opposition. Oh yeah, why you criticizing America? America will stop you from bringing visa. No, there was a line in the American response. She said, I think I want to read it verbatim. She said the charge of the affair walking away, a decision to walk away was a measured response to maintain the event's decorum and spirit. Simply saying, we want to disrupt your program. We let what she say, we walk away. It got nothing to do with American and decision whether they will support us. It's too speedy, you know. I think, you know, she felt a little on air. She walked away. No harm, no foul. But I do not want us to focus. Look, despite every good thing that our young lady, I think we probably have, I don't know her age, but the lady, I won't say young lady, despite every good thing that she said today, it got buried. Because the first newspaper headline that we saw coming out today was American Shashi the Affairs walk out. No, that was not the message today. The message today, and she even said it herself when I spoke of, the message today was not to attack the American, you know, my fellow panelists. The message today was to speak re-imaging Liberia. That was the message. The message was how we view ourselves and how can we move this country forward. She touched a whole lot of things. Some of the things that I agree with in the past, some of the things, you know, she touched a whole wide range of things. So if we are not mindful, everything else that she said will get distorted and buried because of one move by the Americans. And I think that will be a disservice to our nation. That will be a disservice to the event today and a disservice to this Liberian who put a thought in her speech. I thought she gave a brilliant speech.
Can you put your phone down? You're sharing your information with the world, sir.
Please. I come here downstairs. Yeah, so Stanton. So that's my impression of the speech today. Great speech. American taking the laugh off. Look, America have remained one of our strongest allies. There is no country on this earth that have done more for Liberia than America. Billions of dollars in American taxpayer money have gone. Our problem is self-inflicted. We have not learned to manage our resources. We have not put in an end to impunity. We are not holding people accountable for looting this country. That is our problem. If Rwanda can do it, Ivory Coast trying, Ghanaian trying, it is incumbent upon Liberian to move this country forward. 177 years old. the oldest independent nation. We gave birth to democracy around Africa. The fact that we are still lacking, it says a lot about us as citizens of this country than what the Americans have done to us.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Fadiga. Dr. Bopler, can you speak to this topic?
Sure. Our ability, welcome. Happy 26. Good to see you, my friend.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Paley is a bright Liberian. I'm very proud of her. She just completed a brief course at the graduate school based on her recent book. We got to sit and talk a lot. We talked a little bit about her speech. She did say she wanted something that would be inspiring and challenging. I think she did both. She said a lot of good things there, profound things in her speech. One of the things she said is that she said, we mortgage our resources to the highest bidder, and we place profit before people. She challenged Liberians should not make excuses for our shortcomings and failures. Shame on us if we do that. America has done a lot for Liberia. Liberians have always been in charge of their destiny. It is the decisions we make and how we make them that has gotten us to where we are. So we shouldn't say America hasn't done enough. And you know, the people walking out, that's the people prerogative. They want to walk out. America is a great nation because freedom of speech and expression is at the core of the society. So the people want to walk out, they walk out. The speech goes on, we have it, we digest it, we learn from it, and we respond to it. The Americans walked out. What I think we should do at 177 is look at America and the things that are good and transferable, borrow it. America fight for their citizens. Invest in their citizens. America trust their citizens for self-governance. And this is not something that evolved in the American story. That's one of the novelty of the American story. From the beginning of the Union, when it was 9 colonies to 13 colonies, the people insisted that they would have some say-so. It was not a central government dictating to everybody and controlling everybody. We borrowed from them. If we see our citizens, over 200 of them every day almost at the U.S. Embassy, and only 10 of them get visas, and to pay all the money, non-refundable U.S. dollars, and our government never fight, never advocate, never say a word. Shut up and don't talk about the Americans. They're doing their thing. Liberia needs to do hers.
Uncle Sam, your take.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Musa. How are you today? And the panel, hello again, and happy 26. Look, it was not a great speech. It was a communist manifesto against Western interests, but which is about the global economy and the place of the global South versus the global North. This is a typical communist manifesto. And it was also inaccurate. We don't mortgage our resources to the highest bidder. I'm an economist. You know what I mean when you do it the highest bidder? You give it to the people who provide the best opportunities. But we haven't done that. We mortgage our resources to the least bidder. And we can do that through our history. We did that, how we did with the Firestone Agreement, I think it was 6 cents per acre for 1 million acres. With El Nito deal, we gave it to a scrap company, and we look at the Western cluster. So it was totally inaccurate. And it was also historically inaccurate too, because Dr. Paley, if she had gone into the history of the country, she would know that the American Colonization Society supported Liberia until 1964. 1964. They have warehouses at Providence Island where they brought smoked fish, where they brought smoked herring, where they brought smoked pig, all kinds of stuff, and they fed us. They fed us. Let's go to the recent post-war period. I mean, tens of billions of dollars for peacekeeping, support to a debt waiver. okay, support to Liberia coming back within the Community of Nations, right? Look at the magnitude of American support to the Liberian economy by the 500,000 Liberians living in the United States. 500 million at Ebola, 600 million. And then the Liberian with equity in their homes and income. Look at Marshall. A significant number of the houses that have been built in Marshall is the American income earners building those houses. So what has Liberia given to the United States for all of these? What has Liberia done? Okay, so we were a station here for Omega. We were being protected from other foreign predators. It is the United States that preserved the independence of the United States against French and British imperialism. At the Berlin Conference, okay, at the Berlin Conference, they wanted to carve out Liberia, but the Americans insisted, okay, that Liberia was the exclusive preserve, and they were going to preserve the independence as a symbol of Black what? Black independence and Black predestination. That's what America has done for us. Look at all of us. There's no other country in the world that's giving Liberians the kind of refuge. You can't, as a Liberian, you can't do what you do in France to ascend in the highest in French in the French economy, like the United States. You can't do that in Great Britain. You can't do that in Australia. You can't do that in Germany. You can't do it any place else. And in terms of consanguinity, in terms of blood, Liberia and the United States has the closest blood ties of any country on the planet. So when you come out and you're talking, and then I see the spin master, like Fadiga says, oh, we shouldn't talk about the fact. Let me tell you something. The United States had a copy of that speech before it was delivered. America is not a stupid country. She gave it to the boycott government like 24 to 48 hours before the speech was delivered. And
I want her to. She
refused. All right, guys. Hold on 1 minute. Let Uncle Sam finish. Let Uncle Sam finish because we have to move to.
I have proof that the speech was given to people in the boycott administration 24 to 48 hours before it was read. That's so you have counter evidence.
Guys, thank you very much, Uncle Sam.
But I'm not finished yet.
Okay, please go ahead.
So, and if you read what the United States government said, it said it was a measured response. If you got, I grew up in America. Americanism, when they say it's a measured response, it means they could have done more. They could have done significantly more. And I can tell you that Captain Rodriguez will now walk up, okay, and disrespect the Liberian president without Washington agreeing with that.
I want us to come back. Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Guys, please, let us have this 2 minutes because we got a lot to discuss. We have guests on the show. Again, you can say your own, but we're backing you. I do not want to check you with time. Please respect the 2 minutes. I want to welcome Senator Edward Melvin Snow. Welcome to the show, Senator Snow. And after Senator Snow speaks, we'll go back to Isaac. Can we mute, guys? Can we just mute somebody cooking in the back or something, please? Uncle Sam, can you mute, please? Thank you. So again, we want to welcome Senator Snow. Then we'll go back to Mama and Isaac. Please, let's respect the 2 minutes. Everybody have to say something. It's going to get intense, but please hold your horses till we know exactly where we are. The main issue, the key focal point, where are you? The American delegation walk out, pro, for, or against? What's your position? But let's hear you, Senator Snow. Welcome to Spoon Talk. It's always good to have you.
Thank you, Stan, and thanks to all the panelists, including my friend and brother Musa Belete. Thank you, Isaac, and Sam, everyone else. Happy 26. To those of you that are still Liberian, happy 26.
Okay, I will leave that one. The chore that you're looking for, you won't get it. But let's hear you. Let's hear you, Senator Snow. Let's give you the 2 minutes talk to us. The speech, the program today, your take.
The speech was a wonderful speech. I'm so proud that we still have very smart Liberians out there that are contributing to the country, to this country. And I think she delivered a very brilliant speech. Yes, we may not agree with everything she said in her speech, but I think on the overall, it was a very brilliant speech. And I think it was very undiplomatic of the Sachet to have walked out, and I disagree with Mr. Jackson. I mean, I understand we have to protect our blue boats and green cards, but I disagree with the assertion that the Sachet have walked out of a national program because someone said something that wasn't in the best interest of America. I think that was very rude and undiplomatic. Let me take that back. I think that was very undiplomatic, and I think it was fair to the Liberian government and the people of Liberia. But the speech itself was a very good speech. She touched on everything. She hit the legislature. She cautioned us as she hit us. She talked about the minimum wage. She talked about the yellow machine fiasco, which I will call it. She talked about corruption. She talked about equity. She talked about the governance of the state, things that she expects the president to do, her expectations of the president, the legislature, of course. Surprisingly, she did not talk about the judiciary. But I think on the overall, it was a very, very good speech. And I think almost everything she said, I agree with her. Yes, we may talk about what America has done and not done for Liberia. That's a whole new argument. I'm sure she spoke comparatively. She spoke in context. But I think we must applaud this very brilliant Liberian lady who spoke truth to power. I mean, I still say to people, and people most times disagree with me. When I said it a few months ago on the floor of the Senate, people say I was the wrong messenger. So today is the wrong messenger again. I think that there are just things that we expect of America. If we are Sam Jackson just talked about we cannot do the same thing in Great Britain and cannot do the same thing in France and other parts of Europe. But if we can do it in America, then we must take Liberians fairly. I still disagree with the policy of America that Liberians go and stand under the rain and the sun at the American embassy to get 3 months visa or 6 months or 1 year visa. When our brothers from right next door, Sierra Leone, Gambia, Ghana, getting 5 years, 10 years visa in the passport. So what is this special relationship that we're talking about? That, I mean, I don't see a special relationship. I think, yes, America has done well. I wouldn't sit here and say America has done nothing for Liberia. But I think the young lady spoke in context. She spoke comparatively. And I think it was a very brilliant speech. I think, as a matter of fact, that was one of the best speeches I've heard in modern days for a national orator. Mr. Jackson, I think you are wrong. I'm told from reliable source, I'm informed that the government requested a copy of the speech, and the young lady did not give a copy of her speech. So I think you are wrong on that. She delivered a speech. I was very happy that I sat directly opposite her and the president, of course, on the stage. And I was happy that almost everything she said, including her critique analysis of America, the president nodded his head, agreed with her, encouraging freedom of speech. And I think that was a very good sign. That was a very positive speech. But I fully agree with at least 99% of things she said.
Well, thank you very much. We have our question, but let's listen to everyone. Then we will come in with the question. You call the walking out to be rude, and then you switch it. You say it's undiplomatic. You agree that the president nodded his head, agreeing with the orator to say yes, America have done nothing for Liberia. We will come to that. We will ask you all of our questions. Let me, guys, can we mute for the sake of the show, please? Dr. Richardson, can we all just mute when you're not speaking, please? Let me come to Isaac Doe. Minister Doe, please. Mama, can you mute, please? Minister Doe, can you talk to us, please?
Yeah, hi. It's good to be back on the show, Senator Snow and Representative Betty, the chairman, and everyone else. Hi to be back. Personally, within me, I did not listen to a great speech today. On the day of celebrating our independence, I would have mostly loved to have listened to an inspiring speech, unifying, one that will bring Liberians to reassess themselves on how much they love the country and how much they can give to the country. There were great things in it, though. I'm just talking about from the overall perspective, things that we have said over and over and over, like the issue of the yellow machine fiasco, like the issue with tenure positions abusing the law, like the issue with secrecy in government, corruption, and all of those things were there. Those were things that we've said consistently over and over. So in my mind, they were new. You're very new. Now, when it comes to the issue of America,
It is the orator's personal, personal thought. What struck me most, though, was not what the orator actually said against America, which I want to disagree with because I was in government. I know the amount of money, resources America pulls in Liberia. I'm not sure why did we even develop the thinking that another country is responsible for us in the first place, to think that we need to stop depending on them. Why even start depending on them? Who shouldn't? Liberia is a country on its own. So I don't think what America does in America should matter with what Liberia should do. Now, my main issue is not about what the orator said. It was mainly about the government's reaction to what the orator said. Yes, you can go ahead and forge new alliances. It's a good thing. But I disagree that you should damage already existing alliance for new alliance. You can protect what is existing and try to forge new one. But what did the government do? Go on social media. You will see top government officials even adding more gas to the flame, bashing America. And I will call names. Mo Ali, the director from LWSC, he posted on Facebook. Eugene Fagon, who is the director at the Liberian Broadcasting System, he posted on Facebook. The Deputy Minister from Ministry of State, Madam Kura, she posted on Facebook. Bwaka Jeliba, my own brother, he posted on Facebook. I thought it was shocking, I would say, to see a government and its official being too much embracing of a speech that tend to single out one person. We had many representatives from many countries there. Why single out just America? Why not talk about the international community in general? But then you had the president nodding his head in agreement that indeed America has done nothing to Liberia. I thought that was the breaking point. That was low. No matter how the orator should own her speech, it is her speech. But when top government officials tend to embrace it, then one wants to agree that indeed it was sanctioned by the government. And the government is in agreement with everything the auditor said, which in my mind is a bad thing for our international diplomacy. It's a bad thing for our friendship we have had over 170 years. And I don't know how much more the country can deteriorate.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me bring in Mame. Mame, talk to us. Then from there we go to the question. Talk to us, Mame.
The United States of America is more intelligent than an illogical interpretation of social media posts to define the foreign policy of a country. America as a state and its relationship with another country is built on fundamental issues of international affairs, relationships, interest, and those relationships and interests are not defined by Facebook posts. This is the greatest country in the world. They can't stoop that low. They're not illogical to that point. Their intelligence level is so far to define an entire government foreign policy to its foreign policy based on Facebook posts. We shouldn't do that to America. We shouldn't bring them that low. They will not do it. But Raptel's speech, like everybody has said, when I listened to it, I saw myself reflected in the things she was saying. I will say most of what she said. Some of the basic issues, she said the legislature should have a website. Those are things we've been talking here before. And she not only restricted it to America. It was not restricted to America. She didn't single out America. Read the speech and comprehend the speech. She went to the multinationals. She dissected her speech into three. She dealt with the country first, and then she went international to the World Bank. She went to the IMF. She went to multinationals. Because that is her school of thought. That's how she trained. That's her worldview. The critique she did is not strange. Americans in America are more critical of the World Bank, the IMF, the US foreign policy than what Raphael said today. Go and read from Professor Jeffrey Sachs what he has written against World Bank and IMF in America. Read what Bill wrote, Bill studied. There are think tanks in America dedicated to critiquing US foreign policy, the World Bank and the IMF. And America doesn't shut up. What the Shashi affair did today, I mean, I understand her emotions. I sympathize with her. Sometimes when people are speaking about things that hurt you, the best way to do is to step away. I understand that. I wouldn't beat her on it. But to interpret the statement of a speech deliverer as the foreign policy of a country, because people post on Facebook, America will not stoop that low. They're far above that. That's the greatest country in the world.
Mommy, though we got the Honorable Musa Berete and Edwin Snow, I'm kind of confused with your statement. So I'm going to start with you. America will not stoop that low. What's the message? The delegation, the walkout. What was the message it was sending out?
And the release of statement,
and who will read a statement? And who are they sending that message to, Mame? And I will ask Honorable Snow and Musa to speak to this as well. But let me, because you end up on this one, who are they sending that message to, and what was the actual intent of the message about walking out?
The message is clear. The US, the Shashi affair, sorry, somebody is disturbing my line, just trying to cut it off. I'm very sorry about that. The Shashi affair was reacting to a statement from a guest orator. That was a reaction.
What's the message? You understand? What's the message?
She basically saying the statement you made that Liberia has benefited, America has benefited more from Liberia than Liberia has benefited. It's not true. It's not based on fact. And I agree.
We understand that. What's the message? What are you reading through? At the United Nations, and I want to ask Musa Benedict too, at the United Nations, the people disagree with Fidel Castro when he come on to put on to speak, the walk out. Disagree with Muammar Gaddafi, the walk out. Disagree with world leaders that find themselves opposite to Liberia. What's the message this delegation sent about walking out today? Musa Hassan Benedict. Yeah, go ahead.
Because they are responding to the state. They are responding to president of a state who is the chief architect of the state foreign policy. So the walk out.
So in Liberia, what happened today? What was the message?
An ordinary citizen speaking.
So they are walking out because they don't want to hear an ordinary citizen speaking? Musa, talk to us. What's the message the delegation sent out there by walking out? What's the message? Talk to Liberians that listen to you on the radio. They want to hear from you. The high profile, the powerful delegation of the United States that representing the State Department, representing Joe Biden, representing Kamala Harris, representing the people of the United States. They walk up. What that tells you, Musa? What's the message?
First, why it is true that I don't agree with their walking. I'm not a diplomat, so maybe it's a diplomatic way of expressing yourself by saying, I can't listen to this, I'll leave, so that's fine. But let me say this, Stanton, this is very important. The very thing that happened to us local politicians, that what happened to America today is unfair. If you say that America has taken more from Liberia than Liberia has given them, you have to say what are those things that America has taken. It is unfair. Because every day we come here to defend ourselves with all kind of funny allegations. No head, no tail on it.
No data.
No data. And there were people clapping today. My point is, I believe that Liberian ourselves, our mind, have enslaved us to the United States of America, thinking that they should make decisions for us. To hold America responsible for that, it is almost like letting yourself go and holding somebody else responsible for your action. Because if you take, for example, Belgium, you say you are taking more from Congo. We know they took diamond. They took. What America took from Liberia? Since the formation of this country, I have always said that America, in fact, have not exhibited a serious commercial interest in Liberia. In fact, that's my position. So 40 years now, there has never been any American company that have come here and taken natural resources from Liberia. There's never been any American firm that has done big business here and taking money back to America. So when you sit in the public and as an orator, the whole country is listening to you, and you say that America has taken more from Liberia than Liberia has given, what happened is that the ordinary Liberian begin to feel that maybe the America responsible for our suffering. Maybe the America responsible for what we are going. So therefore, the American charge affair with no protocol where she would have spoken. I believe in that if she was on the list to speak, she would have stayed to give a measured response to the speech. Unfortunately, the way the program is designed, she does not have the chance to respond. So the way to do it is to walk out of there and then issue a statement. I don't agree with the ad that they walk out of there, but the orator's statement was more or less of an activist statement. An activist, we know, make speeches without bordering on facts. You understand? Even the issue, there are many issues, and that she spoke on today. And most of these issues, and this is where I agree with Fatiga, that the important things she said should not be, laid aside but you blame herself, because where you have the United States and you decide in this beautiful speech to throw a jab at United States, and you have the whole government as your sharing squad, then you create a scene in the building, and the failure, the government did not, and I agree almost no, that speech was not reviewed. Nobody will tell you that speech was reviewed. That speech was not reviewed.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Snow. Honorable Snow, come in. What's the takeaway here? I know you super excited about the speech. You said it was a bad time for America, and everybody heard what you said, but you changed it to be undiplomatic. I want to say, what's the message? What's the takeaway here? Speak to your Liberian people now. They're walking out. Single why? You're muted, Honorable Snow. Can you unmute?
Sorry. The action today was a different kind of reaction from the America that we all admire so much. I think our tolerance level, or the tolerance level of America, is far more than what we saw today. I think walking out, look, Stanton, in diplomacy, they'll tell you that sometimes you listen to even your enemy. So walking out today was the reaction of walking out took away a lot from the speech, from the essence of the day, the importance of the day. Now, the ending significantly wrong. Like I said, I may not agree with everything she said. Like she said, we've given more than they've given, or whatever. I wouldn't agree with that. Yes, I agree. We gave them the airport to use for the World War II. I know we gave them Ominga. I know they did not pay for it. There was no lease agreement or whatever it is, but they've given a lot. I mean, I would say clearly that America has given a lot, but she was a national orator. She did not go there to do praise singing. She went there to deliver a speech from the heart. And if Musa's ability is saying she's an activist, well, who did the government invite? She did not come here on her own accord. She was invited by the government of Liberia, and showed the rare her credentials, the rare who she was. I mean, and invited her. So she came and she spoke. Now, what are some of the things she said? I agree with Mame on this one. The legislature, and thanks to Senator Kanga Lawrence, Senator Yan Twine, the chairman of modernization, that is seriously building the website for the Senate. We need a website in the legislature. It's passed, it's belated. She spoke about that. She spoke of minimum wage. She spoke about our salary. She spoke about, again, the yellow machine, that are one of those that seriously opposed the whole idea and the pricing of those yellow machines. She spoke of it. She spoke about the tenure positions, that we are not respecting tenure positions of government. I agree with her on that. She spoke about equity. She spoke about respect. She spoke about dignity. So there's a lot of good things that the young lady spoke of today. And I think we should look at the glass as being half full than half empty. Now, what is making the news? Oh, the Americans shall walk out. So they get talked by America. So everybody now have to put their hand between their legs because America vexed. Well, I think she said a lot of truth about their relationship with America. I mean, I'll down on that. I mean,
let me ask you a question. Then we'll bring it guys in. Oliver Snow, what as some of the sticking truth you want to speak to that you think she said that was 100% right that caused the American to walk out? What are some of your sticking truth?
She talked about special relationship. I don't know what's a special relationship, because Stanton, again, I would say to you, when we see Liberians standing under the rain or the sun, 6 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning at the US Embassy in queue to go and get visa under the rain where there's no shade, and to see
how
that
is that
no
an
Liberian
American problem and not your problem as a senator? How is that an American problem? What have you done to advocate for that change?
Stanton, that's a property of the United States government. That's not a property of Liberia.
What have you done? The Lord is the chair of foreign affairs right now, right? You've been around the block as a representative, as a speaker, coming in as a senator. You hold this huge portfolio. What have you done? Show us something. Show Liberians something to say. I, Senator Snow, have tried, and the Americans have given us deaf ear. So therefore, the orator today is right. What have you done?
Then if you listen to the confirmation with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I was one of those that asked the same question. And we have been following up with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have followed up. Someone said, well, they are reciprocating because Liberia only gave them 1 year visa to come into Liberia. So they gave the whole West Africa 5 years and 10 years multiple entry visa, with the exception of Liberia that gets 1 year visa, but will have a very special relationship. And she talked about nobody is somebody's stepchild. I agree with her about that.
No, I want us to stay on the visa issue because a lot of people talk about it. I want to bring the rest of the guys in. Senator Snow, forgive me. I will ask Musa Benete the same question. Let's talk about the visa thing that everybody talk about. Is a very concerning issue. But again, as a senator, and that's why we invited you and Musa, one from the House of Representatives and the Senate. What have you guys done? Have you asked? Have you personally sat down with the American ambassador McCarthy? Have you sat down with the Charge d'Affaires? Have you asked? Have you spoken to Sarah Beslow, her engagement on the foreign level? What have you done to break this cycle? Now you have 6 years under George Manawia. What did you do? So again, I will rest, and you guys can answer. Then we'll bring in the folks to ask their question. Dr. Richardson will go first. Gladly. Uncle Sam, Dr. Bopler, Alpha Dika, and Asido. They'll finish up with Snow. Then you can come in, Musa. Then the rest of the guys can come in, please. Honorable Snow, please.
Fortunately, on your show of nine presidents tonight, only Musa Benete and I may require a visa to go to America. Now, I won't understand what your fellow Liberians go through here when I say they go under the sun and rain, 5 o'clock in the morning to stand under the sun. What have I done? We've made representation to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We'll continue to make the representation. I'm saying to the U.S. government, the U.S. Embassy, out of shade, so that our citizens will stay under the shade. Now, visa is, it's not a right, it's a privilege. So you can go there and decide to get you 1 week visa, 1 month visa, fine. But I have a concern that if you are giving my brothers and sisters in 5 years multiple visa, in Gambia 5 years, in Ghana 10 years, Nigeria is limited to 1 year most times single entry, 98% of the people that go to the embassy are denied. I think we can do better if we want to have this special relationship that we're all talking about. Let's make it special in other ways. That's my concern.
Thank you, Robert. Chairman, talk to us, please.
I'm in a very awkward position tonight because on many of the issues I don't agree with or no. The American embassy have taken, based on what I see, have taken a lot of steps to reduce, almost eliminate people standing in the ring outside there. They have streamlined the application process to the extent that all those that come for visa are ushered in. On the snow, when you pass in, those people that you see over there are there waiting for their relative who have gone to get visa. They normally have no reason to be there. And I'm saying that as a matter of fact, and we can go there and see. The schedule is not as bad as before, and they make a certain number of people per day, and those number of people have room inside the visa center to receive the people. I have never and will never ever be a spokesperson for the United States. I've been one person on this show or any other show to say that I do not take instruction from American opinion, that I don't care about what America thinks about what a specific issue. But when it comes to these things, I just wanted to give information on the facts. The second thing is that my reading, and I've done extensive research on that, the visa issue is our own wickedness towards ourselves. The United States government has a law that is over 50 years old. It's the law of reciprocity. The people in America, in our embassy, have been the one pressuring the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here because they take that money. That's what they say they need to extorting even visa from their own or Liberians that always have to require visa to come by in this country. Change the policy today and say that you can get American 5 years, 10 years, you will have the same policy. The American policy on how long you should have a visa is open. It's on a reciprocity basis. You get in 2 years, they get in 2 years. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the government of the Republic of Liberia have refused to change that because few people benefit. And I have a personal discussion with the current foreign minister who has promised to work on this to change it. And I believe that she will. But it is our fault that we don't have a 2 year, 3 year visa. And we shouldn't blame America for that. And that should not be the basis of special relationship. Again, I want to say this. If you look at Sam Jackson is in a good position, the economy of Liberia, the money that comes out of America to Liberia is not compared to any other place in the world. Nowhere else. Half of the money our foreign currency need is based on Liberians, Western Union money crime, how you call it, wave, or our money processing centers. That is very important. We Liberians need to start thinking that that Liberia is an extension of the United States.
Thank you.
Every time the United States talk, they always say it is Liberians that can solve Liberia's problem. Let us stop saying what America say on every issue in this country.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sanction. If America don't sanction you, you are not a bad person.
It's right. Thank you, Chairman. It's very good for us to finish up the orator's speech, and then we will go to the rest of it. Let me bring in Dr. Richardson. Your question or your comment, we'll do this in 1 minute and give our guests the chance to answer under 2 minutes. Dr. Richardson, please.
So, in psychology, we have a concept called countertransference. And that concept is if you feel unhappy with a person, or I'm hearing Senator Snow feeling unhappy with the United States government, I wonder if he's projecting his feelings onto the United States government. Maybe you are angry at them. Is that why you're saying, you know, they don't give us visa, so I'm mad at them? So I'm just wondering if you're having some counter-transference movement here with us, if your feelings towards how you feel about the United States is not your personal feeling, because of how your views are about them. That's what I'm wondering about.
Stella, can I answer her? Well, I don't know what part of psychology you read that originally, but I just have my free will. I can speak. I represent people. I'm a member of the legislature. I represent of Liberia, and I speak on behalf of those people. I have a concern. You know, when you go to the consular session, there's a sign there that I don't take old money, old banknotes, US dollar, old banknotes, for example. So where would you get a clean banknotes from? You gotta get rid of somebody for that. Mr. Billy will tell you, he and I went to school in America. I went to the same school. My children live in America. I went to school there. I have nothing against. I'm a great fan of America, but I just feel that America could do more in Liberia or with Liberians than they are doing. I want to see America's presence here. We always saying, look, every time we quick to, which is good. We should take responsibility for our action, but also let us be bold enough, like the young lady did today, and speak truth to power. I think if there's a special relationship, we're all emphasizing special, then we must be treated special. I don't think.
What's the truth to power? If you said that, don't be vague. All right. Well, what's the truth to power? No, we'll come to you. Let's just allow Dr. Richardson to finish and the rest. Then maybe you will help me understand. I want us to break this thing down, not to just speak, in the bubble like, yeah, America. What you want them to do that they have not done, or they are not willing to do. Dr. Richardson, you finish?
No, I was trying to tell Senator Snow, I read the part of psychology that you haven't read. It's under Sigmund Freud. He came up with the concept of counter-transference. But let me just also tell you that, if we fix our country, if you perhaps somebody asks you, advocate for good governance, advocate for jobs for our people, perhaps everybody won't be waiting in line or wanting to come to the United States. That's what I wanted to add. So the question again, whose problem is when a lot of Liberians would like to leave Liberia to come and get visa to the United States? Isn't that our problem? Isn't that what we should, that's how our dignity should define us, our dignity to respect our own country? So this is what I'm thinking.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. We'll get 30 seconds to Snow and 30 seconds to Musa to respond to your question. Then Glenn will come in. Honorable Snow, you want to go first?
Dr. Richardson, the world around us, the world over, we all look for greener pasture. So America, no doubt, no question, America is the greatest nation in the world. So people will seek opportunity like you did to go to America and get yourself, get an opportunity. So people will do it, but we should not do it. We should not do it on the altar of losing our identity or our dignity. And I think that's why the young lady spoke up today about our dignity. She was very strong on our dignity, and I think we must emphasize again the good side, the positive side of her speech today. We focus on our dignity, and I think that anything less than protecting our dignity is inimical.
Thank you very much, Honorable Snow.
Yeah, I think the point I have to say that is that Liberians and Liberian government need to stop beholding onto America. America is a country and Liberia is a country. We should not be putting the people under the impression that this is their farm and that they can, if they don't act, we don't act. At the United Nations or anywhere else. That for me is a bigger issue than to say, what America has given us and what we have given them. In my mind, that relationship between Liberia and America, it is Liberia that has gotten more. America has, in my mind, has never shown interest in investing in Liberia. I don't see American businesses rushing here. I don't see American investments here. I remember I was a chairman of the board of LAA. I tried to convince the American to say, why can't you bring US Air or any of these airlines to use our airport as their base? And when I was at the port, I had a meeting with the American ambassador that when they were trying to bring Bolere and all these people, I said, hey, why are you even here telling me that this process is not fair for a French company when you should be encouraging an American company to come and take over the port? So we should be saying, America, we should be pushing America to say, bring investment here. Okay? But we have not gotten, they're not taking anything from us. We need to stop thinking that they are the one who running our country.
Thank you, Chairman.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator, I'd just like to make a final comment here is that, you know, when I hear Senator Snow speak about this special relationship that we have with the United States, this is the pretense that we put our people under. We don't have a special relationship with the United States. We need to get out of that. That was maybe in the past.
That's what the guy said. Not talking sense. That's what the guy said.
But that's not what you just said. You just said that you expect. Are you finished? When you finish, and I can talk.
Let's move on. Let's move on, guys. We gotta move on. Please.
That's exactly what the young lady said today. All of you disagree with her. We don't have it, and I agree with that one.
No, you see, this is Mr.
All right, Dr. Richardson, let's move on. The others got to come in.
Mr. Moderator, I'm moving on. I just have a final comment to make.
Real quick.
I'd like to make my final comments, okay? Because we can't have Senator Snow saying, you know, that this is what all of us said. We disagree. We didn't come and disagree with Dr. Pilley. We critiquing her speech. Many of us said that we love her. She was a good academician. She presented well. You are here telling the Liberian people, well, you have a special relationship with the United States. Therefore, they should treat us special. No, that is in our past, okay? Right now, we have to struggle for whatever. We have to dignify each other. We have to have people like you in the Senate not making enough money to make Liberia a better, greener pasture for other Liberians. That's what
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Thank you. Lenny, you want to ask your question, please?
So I just have a summation of woman.
No. So what I'm doing, let Glenny pose a question to you, then you have the time to answer. If she has no question, we'll come to you. Honorable Snow, please.
No, but I have comments.
Go ahead, Glenny.
Okay. So the first thing I want to say is, and thank you, Dr. Richardson. I think all of us acknowledge the fact that the orator today was very bold. We appreciate her academia and we appreciate what she said, but it doesn't mean that we have to accept everything she said if we don't agree with it. I also want to say, Stanton, you asked a good question. You kept asking Mommy, the stance of America today. How would you interpret that? I would interpret it as a protest to the speech, because I'm pretty sure that America knows who Dr. Pilley is, and they know that she's an activist. And that move today was not an ordinary, it was not organic, it was not a premature one. It was something that they probably already knew. They sensed that she would say something. And Representative Belete keeps talking. This young woman, I have followed her. She's an activist. America knows her, and they know the things that she was going to talk about. So that was a protest. The other thing is, what did she accomplish today? She was going to inspire and incite. What did she inspire? Who did she? What has she incited? We can all see what this has led to. Last thing I want to say, and I think Uncle Sam talked about it. Government officials, and I think Isaac talked about it. We have to be fair. They must be slow to react on issues that may cause chaos to the country. To see several government officials out today reacting and forgetting that America is an ally and healing. Yes, we want to heal her, but we must be cautious as government officials on what we say and what we do. Those are my comments.
Let me bring in on your comment. We gave them 30 seconds, guys, for baking your Snow and Musa. Then we got to go to Dr. Brooklyn. Honorable Snow, you want to go first? All right, that will be you, Uncle Sam. That will be you. Honorable Snow, you go first.
You just said who did she inspire? That young lady inspired me today like crazy. That was the best 26 oration I've ever listened to in years. So she inspired me. She spoke a lot of sense. She spoke the truth, and she was excellent. She was excellent. So again, if America cannot accept that people will criticize them or be critical of some of the stands, then it's unfortunate that they will walk out. But I think the young lady did extremely well. She did extremely well. And I think she's afraid of going on sanctions. She's not afraid of being denied visa. So she spoke her heart. And I think she did extremely well. She inspired me. If you look at what that she inspired today, she inspires Senator Snow. You can take that.
Thank you. Musa, Chairman. Can you unmute, sir?
Yeah, on this particular issue, I think the young lady's speech, and I have to say that, was an excellent speech. The points she made about us as Liberians, every point that she made today, as far as Liberia was concerned, I agree with her 100%. The point she made about America was not based on fact. I love to see fact. It was not fair to America. I'm sorry I'm seeing myself in a position where I have to be the one saying this. But the truth is, no matter who you are defending, it becomes your principle to say it when you have to say it. Today, she was not fair to America because, but what has happened is that the important thing that she now says, let the yellow machine, which I want to be pounding on, United Party and their government, they are happy today because that issue now is on the back foot. Only what America do, what America didn't say is the main issue. So even the legislature, she touched us. She touched the executive on the tenure. You know, she talked about these things. We congratulate her for that. For me, the statements she made about us are based on facts. If you extend that to America, it is contrary. The statements she made about America were not based on facts. Let's be honest. Let somebody, any one of you on the screen here, show me what has left our country in the last 40 years and gone to America. What thing? Yes, I want to see it.
Thank you. Thank you. We got Uncle Sam, please come in.
Okay, so basically, let's look at some economic facts. The total trade between the United States and Liberia last year, in 2023, 261 million. And out of that, 87 million in rubber. The rest of it, believe it or not, used car coming to Liberia and other small things. Nothing significant, okay? And let me tell you, I want you to go to export.gov. Okay, export.gov reviews all countries and make a determination as the atmosphere for U.S. investments. And Liberia is not a good place for U.S. investments. We can't put American capital in Liberia. When I say we, American people, their money, they can't do that. Because we're corrupt. There's no rule of law. People are unsafe in the country. But under those same conditions, the United States provides billions of dollars in aid to you in terms of your healthcare system. America does that. Our tax dollars do that. We also, in Ebola, your country would have been wiped off the face of the earth if we didn't bring young American boys and girls here, the military, to the putting system to save your country. Okay, America gave you DED when you were fighting a war here. When you were fighting a war here, they gave you DED that allow your people to get a preference category in the United States. Even Donald Trump did that. Extended the DED to give you permanent residence. You're spending $1 billion to between $600 billion, 600 to 700 million in remittances, but in other money comes up, people building houses, people helping their families, people doing all kind of stuff here. So how can you, in your right mind, as an academician with a PhD, not provide the data that Liberia provides more than the United States? What is it that we provide to the United States? Look, America does not give visa based upon sentiment. The political and economic office of the United States Embassy is completely, there's a Chinese war with the consular office. The consular office has to complete independence. The ambassador cannot tell who to give visa to unless special security situation. If Liberians have the income and had a thing, they will give you a visa. They give you a visa. So it is not America's fault to give you a visa. If you're trading with the United States,
I don't agree with you on that, though, but we'll continue.
Okay, but I'm saying American banks were here before. Chase Manhattan Bank was here before. Cedar Bank was here before. But now we got Nigerian banks. You know why? Because the Nigerian banks that can tolerate the money laundering and the other things that go on, the illicit activities that go on American banks, because we got Sarbanes-Oxley, we got all kind of regulations. American banks cannot exist in this environment. So why are you blaming America for not having investments in Liberia? America, when the Liberian American Swedish Corporation here, Lamco, you have to
go, Uncle Sam. Let's bring the other people in, please. We're back here, Uncle Sam. Thank you very much.
Give it 10 seconds, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
We are our own problem. The reason why America doesn't have investment in here is because we don't want American investment. If we do the right thing, America will be invested because Americans are capitalists. We go to where we can make money.
What's the message sent out there today by the delegation?
The message is that Rattel is a communist. Rattel is anti-Western against all of the American international, like the Bretton Woods institutions. So they know her. She said,
how this message going to affect the Joseph Boakai government moving forward?
The fact that key officials of the Boakai administration were clapping and he himself was nodding, it sent a message that there's a degree of anti-Americanism.
Will this mess up our geopolitical relationship right now with America?
I can tell, but Stanton, you read the embassy statement. That the embassy will not make a statement without it being approved by the State Department. So that's the American official position.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you, Uncle Sam. Let me bring in Fadiga. Fadiga, your take.
Well, I have two questions. I don't want to. I know Uncle Sam, nice trying to politicize this thing, but it will not work. You try, but it's not going to work. So I'll just stick to my question. Dr. Pele today made some.
Who your question going to, sir?
My question. She says something about political reform and reforming our politics and economic reform. So my question is, what is your view on campaign financing, Senator Snow? She did mention something about redefining our campaign financing and how can we ensure that our political leaders are held accountable. That's my first question, and the same question to Honorable Ability as well.
She can give you both questions now. Let us wrap it up. Then
I should just give both questions.
Yes.
Then yes. My second question will be she said about culture and symbolic revision. Do you support the idea of reviving our national symbol and national language? She did mention that too. Do you support that idea?
Thank you, Brother Fatika. Let me bring in the senator first, Senator Snow.
Two things before I go to Fadiga that I got from Mr. Jackson today. I'm very happy about it. One, he publicly admitted his American citizenship, which is very good. The second thing is that we were all very excited about him when he graduated of economics. That lady you talked about, that you seen the meetings about, she's the associate professor of the school you graduated from, and we're all excited about it.
I call her a communist. I said she's a communist. There are a lot of communist professors at LSE. A third of them are communists.
Yeah, she's a professor. I just want to.
Yeah, but she's a communist. A communist can be a professor. Karl Marx was very brilliant.
Uncle Sam, we gave Senator Snow a chance to answer. I don't know why you called her a communist. We'll address that later. But let Honorable Snow answer, please.
You want to disrupt this honorable?
Capitalist.
Get a big chance. Get an honorable chance to speak.
He's calling her a communist because according to him, they're spending their taxpayer dollars here, and she didn't come and precinct, so she's a communist. I disagree with you, big brother SJ. I disagree on that one today. So come to my brother Fadiga. Fadiga, we have very good laws on our books as regards campaign financing. I think our only thing is the implementation of the law. I mean, our laws are very clear about campaign financing, where do you get money from, what's the ceiling of campaign funding, all those kind of things, expenditure. You're supposed to give a whole report to the Elections Commission. So our problem is the application of the law. I don't think it's a problem of the law.
Thank you, Musa. Chairman?
No, the next one was the changing of the national symbol.
Okay.
He said it should change it in even the language. So,
you know, Fadiga, and you know, some of the things I say, I agree with the lady today. For I think our national symbol is like she said today. No Liberian is more Liberian than the other. So when people say, "Oh, the love of liberty brought us here," who met here, who brought, who met here. So you know that's a national debate that we must have. Those are some of the hard facts we need to discuss as Liberians, and I agree with her on that. We need to discuss it. I mean, the love of liberty brought who? Who should we now segregate to say it brought you and met me here or met here? So I agree with her on that. The issue of national language, I agree with that too. President Talbot tried to introduce that. I think we were trying to do Pele in school or something like that. My LU was teaching Pele. That would be a very good idea. We have national language. I would support Pele again, being spoken as a national language. I think it's a brilliant idea. And that's why I say 99.9% of her speech, I fully agree with everything she said. And she inspired me. Again, she really inspired me.
And then where would you speak Pele in the international system?
Chairman, let the chairman speak. Go ahead, Musa.
Yeah, first, let me say, Sam.
Can you hear me?
Yes, let me say that, Sam. No, she's not a communist. She just happened to be in disagreement with America, and it is okay to disagree with America. America not God. Just that we also disagree with her in her disagreement, and it is fine. It is good for all of us to agree that we can disagree at some time. That doesn't make her a communist. The issue of campaign finance, I think Snow has answered it. The laws on the book. The thing about our law here is that we take it in our hand. Political parties, when they don't want things, you saw it here. People want to have a rally simply because certain laws have gone against them. We take everything to our hand. We just need to stop it and learn to follow the rules. And her position on changing our cultural symbols is long overdue. And I 100% agree with her. You know, there are certain things you say yesterday, it was necessary yesterday. When those who founded this country, history tells us, came here. And they came because they wanted to be free. So it was okay to say the love of liberty brought us here. Now we have to change that. And like my friend, Professor NNK will say, we can change it to say the love of liberty unite us here. Or something. We cannot continue to live in the past. We need a national language. We need to do it democratically and make a decision. Maybe we take the three big languages and have a national referendum to see which one the public will accept, so that it doesn't appear like, that this person, and then the one that comes out, then we put that. It's not like saying we're asking, it's not so that we can go speak Pele at the United Nations. But even in business, you most of all, you are friendly with Lebanese people, or you are friendly with other people. When you sit now with somebody of different tribe where they are friends, in business discussion, when it gets tough and they want to discuss, they switch to their language. Liberians, even when we travel out of Liberia, we are disadvantaged to communicate. Yeah, Edwin Snow here. One day here, myself was taking tests, and the test was so hard. I looked near me. I started speaking Madingo to Snow. I thought he was Madingo, but he couldn't hear it. So at the end of the day, the whole point for us to change our national symbol, I am 100% for that. The only thing in that young lady's statement today that I don't agree on was what she said about America, and it was not based on fact. In my opinion, America has given much more to Liberia than Liberia has given itself. I don't even want to say it.
I've already told that we passed the stage of cheating in class and spying by speaking your language and asking Snow for answer. That
was 15 years ago.
It can be 20 years ago. I see why you.
No, the man not say you're asking for answer. The man not say you're asking for answer. The man say you're speaking
my man, you forgot about school business. You don't want to test how you can look at your friends. Say,
my man, again, I see where you guys took that friendship from. But let's go ahead to ask it. As they talk to us, if you have questions for Snow or Musa, talk to us.
Well, thank you, Stanton. So, when we come on this biggest platform of our country, we come to give our opinion, personal opinion, and to also educate our people. They don't always have to agree with what we say. That's okay. But one thing I always resent is the pretense of us, like we are the smartest and we know everything. Only the world's dumbest person and the most clueless human being will think that social media does not influence America's foreign policy or any country. As a matter of fact, the US Embassy in Liberia made reference to social media posts in determining how Liberians embraced the issue of the World Council. I want you to come and think about this. There was a time in Liberia's era when Mr. Robert Salif was hiring young boys because they are fun. But that channel, you don't get to understand how governance works. Geopolitical relations everywhere on planet Earth is greatly influenced by social media. So to our people, you don't have to use scientific data. Go on Google. Just type social media and foreign policy. You will see expert opinions, including regulations from the United States government, because of the influence of social media. I know one of our friends who usually talk wild with, they say some people can talk nonsense with so much confidence. So I decided to help a little bit in our chat room. I posted a lot of articles, including students' expert papers to help. So yes, it was a bad thing for government officials to take on social media, expressing their resentment against America. It has political implications, it has foreign policy implications, and those things are not okay. I can tell you, I attended one of the US Embassy's programs. When I got there, they only asked for my first name and my entire information displayed. My name, where I work, my department is displayed. It tells you that these people have identity on us if you work in government. So what you do on social media, do not follow the clueless folks who come on radio with this pretend like they know something when they are dumb in what to do in the country. So I wanted to be sure we clarify that. Again, don't believe me. Go on social media, go on Google. Just type social media and foreign policy to help yourself. Don't believe me.
Thank you.
You will see laws at the end. Even the FBI has an article in which they said Chinese foreign policy has greatly been affected by social media. So if you are not dumb, if you are not clueless, if you don't talk rubbish with so much confidence, and you come on international platform, you will know that you have people who, of course, can think beyond your limited thought.
Thank you.
Your mind. I wish I could end something. I wish I had my little 2 minutes. I wanted to just put one question, but again, we have to help our people. It is so just unfair that dumb folks who have no clue whatsoever of certain views will always come on the platform and want to always be envy of other people, want to show like they're smart, they are so intelligent,
But I said, don't be personal with this now. Don't put people don't folk out on the platform. Who they don't folk coming on the platform? Let's address the issue of today. I said, what is being discussed in the chat room? Leave it in the chat room, please. No, but do not because I'm on the platform. No, I said, listen, I'm on the platform. Let's address the issue. If you say don't folk out on the platform, you maybe referring to me too. Let's address the issue. Yeah.
So again, nobody on this platform agrees with a dummy that social media does not play important role in international policy. Nobody on this platform. Everyone, if anyone disagree with me, make it known. But nobody will agree, including those listening. That's why you keep your limitation in the back. You come on this platform of information. Know that you have people with intelligence who don't boast, comprehend, not comprehension, and irrational, who don't boast about it, who are very good in it. So, Representative, I wanted to ask you a very quick question, please. You know, again, I said my problem was government officials' reaction on social media, which I do believe was not a good thing. As a government official, you know when you speak, you don't just speak as an individual. Your social media page, your things you do, these things are monitored. And it got greater influence, greater impact in the country than you would think. Do you think with the rush to respond on social media by top government officials could, I'm not saying it's 100% sure, but could have any effect at all with our relationship with our long-term partner? Do you think so?
No, I don't think so. I mean, at the end of the day, government officials' reaction, they're always like that. You know, they're spoiled brat in the system. Even if the yellow machine business, they start taking picture with it, they put it up. I don't think that the United States will take the speech of someone who does not represent the official position of the government of Liberia to be the government of Liberia position. I do think that it is not okay before a visiting president, in the eyes of the world, for someone to say something about America that is not entirely true, and the cherry squad for that person is the hard table. That is, if you take that video and you design it properly, that would be a sign that this government disapprove of the United States government.
It is anti-American.
That will not help them. America, but America knows that no government has the capacity of becoming an anti-government. So I don't think they will read too much into it, but they will take notice of the act of government officials. And I would have done the same. Honorable Azedo, if someone insults me and you are sitting there smiling, it means a lot to me. It means that you are encouraging the person to insult me, or you are aware that the person was insulting me, or what you believe what the person is saying. So anyway, whether it was that thing they said about America that they were reacting to, or it was the general speech, I don't know. If it was the American speech, they did not treat America fairly, because
Mr. ask for them to put the post up, the social media post. Don't guess. Don't say if they were responding. Just ask them to pull it up. Then you get.
If he has it, I'll be happy to see it.
Again, pull it up. Sorry, I was muted. Pull it up.
The post from Mo Ali and the post from Baka Jaliba, pull it up. It's in the
no, I don't have it. No, I don't have it. The
only
post I want to pull is the U.S. response. But thank you very much. Mama, speak to us now. Go ahead, Mama.
So let me get
while you do that, I'm going to welcome Ketema on the show too.
Yeah, let me get read Mo Ali post. Mo Ali said 2 things are the highlights of the Independence Day: Conlina Kra off it and Raptor Pele's fiery oration. That's Mo Ali post. Waka Jaliba post. So the American people walk out of their hall because the Independence Day orator criticized the US. That's Baka Jaleba post. The third post, the second post from Baka Jaleba is a quote of what Raptor said. He just put it in quote and posted it on Facebook. Those are the 3 posts from Baka Jaleba and Mo Ali. Those are the posts that somebody will imagine that will influence the US foreign policy towards Liberia. Those are the posts that somebody would think America will see and decide to alter its relationship with Liberia. Something must be wrong with you. This mindset, and Uncle Sam, I will come to you. When I call names, when the US ambassador criticized the government and said, what would Joseph Jingin Rawa say at the time you are supporting President Weah? You wrote an article dealing with the US government about how they've exploited Liberia, what all they've done. You listed them. Today, for somebody, an academic, an advocate, to speak to her country, criticize internal policy in the presence of the president, condemn his action, call him to order, go to the international multilateral institutions, the World Bank, the IMF, the United Nations, criticize them and say she concerns about US interests in Liberia, especially in the transitional justice process, and call for a re-engagement. And then you call her a communist because you want to paint a failure policy here, failure politics. That because of this, America coming pull out of Liberia. America coming distance itself from Liberia. That's the picture you want to paint? And somebody want to believe that a Facebook post from a minister, even junior minister in government, will influence the US. When you go on Google to read, you got to be careful what you read and how you understand them. Academic papers are not read by their headlines. The things you read yesterday don't give me 1 minute. One PhD author is one of the things he listed here. When you read academic paper, you go to conclusion, the final conclusion. This is what he said. Thus bringing up to a certain degree of response instability. The study finds this. The
hold on, my man. I say, are you with us? Because it's distracting, please.
That's the reason why. Those are part of the problem. But let me conclude. The study finds in the conclusion that public opinion is highly ambivalent, and more so, sustaining public support for foreign policy on war is extremely difficult. That's a PhD paper. That's the finding. When people write on Facebook, when people write on Google, and you see these academic papers, the way we read the abstract and go to the conclusion. This man conducted a study on how public opinion can influence foreign policy on war. I will send it to you, Stanton, post it. And he concluded that foreign policy, social media influence on foreign policy on war is ambivalent and highly difficult. There are other opinions on social media and foreign policy. Is basically on how they make it easy, how they make it more effective. That this time, if you want to interact with your counterpart and you're using your official social media page, they can understand what you're communicating. You don't need to use the old method of communicating. That they
I have a question for you.
Come again?
I have a question for you.
Yeah, come in. Those are the effective ways social media influencing. But to influence a government, a state decision on whether they remain in a relationship with another state, if it is on social media, it is who doing it. If it is the president of a country using a social media post, then the opposing government can see the president post and make a decision. If it is the Minister of Foreign Affairs social media page that is being used to communicate the position of the state, it's different. If it is the defense minister social media page that is using to communicate the defense policy of a country, it's different. If people in the market are arguing among themselves and posting on Facebook. The US government will not use it to determine its relationship with Liberia. But put it in your shoe, Honorable Snow, Honorable Belete.
So you can answer my question now?
Yes, I can answer your question.
I mean, I was thinking, what are you insinuating that what government officials say on Facebook don't matter as far as the government position is?
No, that's not what I said. I just told you if the foreign minister,
because you say you are trying to downplay the fact that government officials have gone on social media supporting the statement against the United States. And
to say what? To say what? What they said. This is what they said.
To support the statement. I'm
this
not
is what
speaking
they said. This is
yeah,
what they said. Mo Ali said, two things are highlighted.
So, Mama, let's wrap up now. Colonel Gray and Katama got to speak.
We shouldn't go with something that people are on Facebook supporting and promoting whatever statement that was made. This is what Mo Ali said. Two things are highlighted from the Independent: Raptapele orientation and colonial cry of it. That's Mo Ali. Bwaka Jaliba. Yeah. So the American people walk out of the hall because Independent, the orator criticized the US. How can these posts be posts in support of an opinion?
Two of the two
but they are
posts.
subjective though, Mama. Those are subjective.
More Ali post is okay. But Bwaka Jaliba post is very specific.
Yes. And it's subjective interpretation.
Colonel Gray.
But also, can I just add, these people...
No, guys. Colonel Gray have not spoken. Uncle Sam will come to you. We just against Colonel Gray, can you please speak? Colonel Gray, come in, please.
What's that?
All right, firstly, Stanton, you asked for clarity on some of... somebody made a cliche, and you asked for clarity. What do you mean by that? When I grab Ms. Billy's speech, I see lots of cliches and undefined thoughts. Firstly, if I were the president, I would distance myself. I would do a disclaimer that this was an independent thinking of someone, especially now that people are saying that he was shaking his head in acquiescence of some of the falsehoods that were made today. I say this because it was back in 1989 when Chester Crocker made a statement that if we were to go to war, our country would go back 100 years. And the orator of that moment was my very own Professor Albert Dorn. He made some very, very anti remarks against the United States. And so the United States drew back to see whether we can handle ourselves through war. We were calling on them, they didn't show up. So if Pele wanted to draw from the influence of history, the scramble for Africa was championed by the colonialist empire called Great Britain, where she works, England, not the United States. The United States was who stepped in during the League of Nations when people were being sent to Fernando Po, to other islands from Liberia by our own very indigenous people. So there are a lot of disparities in a statement. Liberia, when you hear doctor, you write anything you say, but we are scholars. We take things and scatter it apart. Pela didn't do well today. There are a lot of falsehoods. For instance, she said Liberia was solely founded, on abolitionist principle. Liberia had some very, very traditional institutions that remain today as part of our politics. How can a scholar look at that, partially and don't repatriate and her grievance? I think she did not remove herself from the speech. That tells, and I agree with Mr. Jackson. I don't think she did well. And let me say this. national security wise, these kinds of speech or speeches have a way of endangering our national security. Her duty was to unify the country, build on what we have made as a country, the progress we've made. I didn't hear anything of that. This was like America. Look, the only airport we have was built by the United States. How can you talk about airport? We don't even have anything. Everything we have was given to us by these folks. I'm not saying that we should kiss the whatever it is, but we must be able to be scholarly enough to see that we've gained more from them. Even the military we have today, the national security institution we have, they're all funded by the US. Who started? America had to give almost $500,000, $1 billion to rebuild our army. Forget about the police. All our peacekeeping effort, Casamount, and so on and so on. You know, Abdul Katamaya, we can have a scholarly debate on some of these issues. I was not impressed by Pele. I think, yes, I agree. She had some misfit tendency, including communism. That I would say for clearly. That's my opinion.
Thank you very much. Again, let's bring in Abdullah. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Stanton. Can you hear me?
A product information.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear you, Abdullah? Oh, Abdullah, wait 1 minute. Abdullah, wait 1 minute, please. Go ahead, Uncle Sam, 10 seconds.
I want the audience to understand that this woman called for new strategic partnerships. Code word for leave the United States orbit and go to the communist route.
So we'll come to you for you to continue on that point, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, we'll come to you. Let's give Abdullah some chance.
And to the foreign minister of the country, right?
Go ahead, Abdullah.
So thank you guys very much for inviting, and I appreciate. I'm following the discussion very well. First of all, Dr. Pele is a scholar. She's an author. She's well abreast with the history of Liberia. She understands the dynamics, the historical forces that shaped Liberia into existence as a nation state. And so she speaks from a position of strength, from a position of knowledge. Scholars don't have a consensus on everything. All the scholars agree. But I think today, this speech was a beautiful speech, was bold and courageous. The idea that when you critique America, your speech is bad is cowardice. The idea that when you challenge America policy is bad, that is cowardice. Obama critiqued US policy on Africa. US senators question US approach on Africa. They question that. The current focus of the US, even military high command, on the rise of China and Russia was to say, we need to reimagine our policy with Africa. We need to front load development. The idea that we will sit here and question our scholar view on Africa because it does not go inside with America is cowardice. The US ambassador criticized the Liberian government. Is he anti-Liberia?
No.
The US ambassador criticized the Liberian government. So the US ambassador is anti-Liberia. That kind of equivalence, that kind of thinking belies and undermines the genius of Liberian thinking. And this is absolutely, this woman raised few things. And those are fundamental issues. She said about issue. She's basically saying we should reimagine our relationship. If you have a relationship with someone and that relationship is not providing the windfall you need, you can say, look, even business partners can say, look, we need to review our relationship. I'm not receiving what I expect in this relationship.
Abdullah,
even in marriage.
Potential.
Yeah. Come here.
Let's go. Thank you. Let me finish.
Relationship partnership. What I want to use is a framing. What they call framing. I can use a thought and put in a different frame. I can use partnership. I can use relationship. I can use. Look, Firestone exploited Liberia. This is based on US own analysis. Tell me I'm not taking anything from Africa. Don't tell me I'm not taking anything from Liberia. The relationship of Firestone, exploitative relationships, were ordinary workers. We're not giving the deserved compensation. So look, anybody want to do flame throwing and populist rhetorics, and I'm quite disappointed with Samuel Jackson himself. He's an intellectual, but he read against the US when the ambassador said like Mohammed said, when ambassador said, he said two things. The ambassador said what Joseph Jingy Rao would say, but he also went to Bomi and said what I will tell Congress that the leaders have failed. That was a memo. And guess what? We celebrated it. So nothing is wrong. From Kenya, all around the world, people are critiquing their relationship with the U.S. The U.S. is critiquing itself. So you are saying if the relationship, look, the U.S. can invest billions of dollars in Liberia, it can change the financial conditions of our country. So what I say is that she is provoking our thought. But what I will find disappointing in her speech is that why the U.S. she accuses the U.S. of taking more, she should accuse our leader of taking more. Our leaders have done more. U.S. have invested enormously in Liberia. The U.S. has helped to maintain, but look at the war. Look at the United States Assistant Secretary of State for Africa, what he said. He said, we could have saved Liberia during the Civil War. The U.S. stood by. The U.S. did not help us. The same thing with Rwanda. U.S. now trying to say, how can we prevent our actions, our global inactions, our policy missteps and failures? So people should come here and begin to control and watch the U.S.
I need to respond to that statement. Musa, hold on 1 minute. I'm coming to you and Honorable Snow. Ketema, to each his own. You cannot say we are all cowards because we are giving our opinion on this.
No, I said it's coward. I didn't say we're all cowards. I didn't say that. I said it's coward.
That's not what it means. Cowardice means people are cowards.
The same way you say we should put it on a context and move it here and move it there.
Stanton.
You say we are cowards. We are entitled to our opinion. But Ketema, hold on, brother. Salam alaikum.
Go ahead.
Alaikum salam.
Why did you salam?
Our opinion here, okay? Some may disagree. I will not go too far to call this lady a communist. No, I double dare not to say that, right? But I will agree to the second line you just put before you.
Can you ask me why I call her a communist?
No, thank you, Uncle Sam. I got to bring in both sides. My point here is Ketema. It's like, I like what you said. She should have gone further enough to hold our own lawmaker responsible.
Balance it.
All right. She should have broken this line by line, prison by prison, and said, listen, this is why I'm holding the American responsible. All right. It will help us understand. No, Mambe, I beg you now. It will help us understand. Okay. But now the message there that people want to hear, she spoke on good stuff, lawmakers, pension, retirees, everything. That's our national argument. But geopolitical, I want to say to you, Ketema, everybody have to say their own. You say yours, let's listen to Musa, and let's listen to Edwin Snow that will champion you. I'm surprised today he championed you while you were speaking. But go ahead, Musa.
No, but sit down. I want to clarify something quick. Sit down, please. 1 second. I beg you, 1 second. What I want to say is that, if, for example, to say, if a number 9 refuses to score that weakness, does not mean all the number 9s are weak. It's the contextual accusation. I'm seeing if a mother refuses to feed her child, that is a bad mother. I'm not saying all the mothers are. Let's be clear. I want to be. Glenn, you cannot police my language. Glenn, you cannot police my language. Glenn, you cannot police my language. Glenn, you're not a police officer for linguistics.
Yeah. First of all, what Ketema is doing is romanticizing and sermonizing. Okay. At the end of the day, what we did not do is exactly what we are doing. With nobody in this room who disagree with the lady say that she gave a bad speech. Not me, not Glendy, not Conor Remy, and not Dr. Francine. The point we made.
Sam Jackson did.
Yes, Sam did. That's why I didn't call his name.
That's
why I did not call his name. That's why I did not call his name. The issue here, and that we need to look at that very carefully. If you come here and if you try to chastise us for having our opinion, then why are you trying to defend her for her right to have her opinion? Then you are being hypocritical. You understand me? She has the right to say, America, you're doing this. But let's be frank and fair. Speaking to the nation on the Nation Independence Day, with the capacity that she has to say, America, you have taken more from us, without saying what are those things you have taken from us, is unfair. She should have gone beyond this rhetoric and mentioned, for instance, have America pamper our officials? Have America even tried to punish our officials for being corrupt in this country? Have they not tried to do that? When in fact the country cannot do it. Have America not even used their visa system to restrict their officials? So you can't say today that we don't have the right to criticize the woman after she has given such a beautiful speech, and we applaud her. I said everything she said today, I agree with her. I disagree with her about what she said about America because she gave no proof. And none of you here have given any proof. You understand? You're talking about Firestone, right? But Firestone was corrected under Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Through the help of the U.S. government and the Ellen government, a whole committee was formed and Firestone has been improved. Can you say this about all the other phony concession agreement that your government has given people here?
After how many years? After how many years? After how many years?
Edwin, it doesn't matter. What matters is that it has changed. It has been improved. But what's about those mining contracts that we have all around this country? You understand? You can, first of all, a rubber is not a natural resources. Let's get that straight.
Thank you.
Our natural resources are being exploited by other people other than America. Look, you know why America is not doing the iron leg? They are not exploiting their interest. They are not allowing Liberia. They are not allowing us to expand on our potentials.
Thank you.
They're not
we gotta go. Let's go to Honorable Snow. I
thank you, sir. Business interests.
Chairman, I see you, Honorable Snow, coming from different side of the aisle today. It will be important for us to hear him. Honorable Snow, you listen to Katema, you listen to Conan Gray calling the lady communist. Uncle Sam calling this lady, I disagree. I strongly disagree. I disagree also that she will, point finger to America, causing the delegation to leave. I hope the Joseph Yima Bwaka government can address that and address it promptly. We have the information minister on this show on Monday to speak to that as well. We're going to have the acting chairman of CDC. He's ready to speak to this thing on Sunday. It will be firing from Mr. Njanga Cole. The CDC government is coming up with their own way of addressing the issue. Senator Snow, you are celebrating this lady. I don't know her, never met her, but I think she spoke some truth to power when she addressed the legislature issue with the cars, the appointments, the retirement and everything. Let's get away now from the U.S. delegation. Let's talk about those issues. Are you willing? What's your position on those things you pointed out from the lawmaker, sir?
Stanton, before I go to that, let me just say, for the first time publicly,
you agree with Ketamba.
I will agree with Mambe and Ketamba. Look, let's stop. Stanton, the mistake you made on this show before you started the show, all you're on the panel get American passport, you are declared tonight. They will toss you your business. Because you're defending your country more than Liberia. That's all you're doing tonight. And
Liberia got dual citizenship. Liberia got dual citizenship. We are citizens of Liberia in America. We are citizens of Liberia in America.
I'm not stopping you.
We are not only citizens of America. There's dual citizenship in Liberia. So we have the right to speak on Liberian issues.
Ellen Snow, Chairman, please. Senator, go ahead. Do not attack anybody. You got so many people in your government. The speaker get American passport.
Thank you.
Your children get American passport. Your former president, John Weah, you worship, get American passport. And all of them. So let's move ahead, sir.
Oh, they deny citizenship? You know that jealousy? They deny citizenship?
I'm not hearing you call a great woman. What you say? No, I say your former president that you worship, get American. Yeah, your former president.
I worship. Stand on.
And are your friend?
Don't do that.
Okay, I take it back. If you say something bad to the American,
No,
I take it back.
Stand on, you need to take that back. Because my friend does not worship anybody.
You're my very good friend.
I will see 2029. If he will go with you or stick with John, then we'll see. Go ahead.
Stand on. You know, Katama said it all tonight, and I agree with Katama. Look,
is he there?
Let's listen to this woman's speech. What does she say? Even the Economic Crimes Code administrator, she talked about the criteria. Was that a good point? Yes. Excellent. She talked about the yellow machine.
You
Excellent.
agree that she called for General Massacre to be withdrawn? You agree?
I agree with that. I agree with her. I agree with the reform of the legislature. I agree with her.
You agree that she asked you to reduce your salary? You agree?
I agree with her.
But why you say on the show that you want increase in your salary if you agree with her?
I agree. Now I agree with her saying we should reduce the salary. I agree with her today. I agree with her. I agree with her talking about the violation of the tenure laws. I agree with her.
All right, that was
good. I agree with her talking, critiquing Liberia and for Samuel Jackson today to call somebody a communist because they don't agree with his country of citizenship. I'm disappointed.
Don't say somebody, say a teacher. Say a teacher.
Let me say this, guys. While we going to run this thing through, please, everybody get 1 minute. Forget about the American story now. We spend a lot of time on it. Let's talk about our national
on the issue of
I will handle you, Musa Abeki. I won't finish with Honorable Snow. Let's talk about national issue right now as to what you agree with and what you don't agree with. She said a lot nationally. Go ahead, Snow. Senator Snow, go ahead, please.
Well, like I said, I agree with almost everything she said. She talked about the issue of the minimum wage. And I think we need to do it on tomorrow, on Monday, for example. There'll be a major demonstration throughout Nigeria on minimum wage. So all countries today are discussing minimum wage, and I think it's fair for us to discuss the minimum wage. And if discussing the minimum wage means we got to reduce our salary, then contrary to what I said, that we should increase our salary, let's reduce our salary and increase the minimum wage. I think it's important for our people. She talked about the tenure laws that have been violated. I agree with her. She talked about the yellow machine issue. I agree with her. I'm not opposed to bringing in yellow machine, but I have a concern on the issue of transparency and the cost. My friend right there, Musa Belede in our studio, he owns almost 10 yellow machines, and I know how much he paid for each piece. So for somebody to bring the same yellow machine in 2 or 3 times the price of it, I disagree with it, and I would vote against it if it ever came to the legislature. She talked about it. She talked about the president's legacy. She talked about the president being elected as a rescue president, and 6 months later, the morale of the people are low. She talked about that. And she didn't leave it there. She gave the president, she said to Mr. President, you can redeem this. So it was not a blank check or tune check that she gave. She gave opportunity to redeem himself. Look, let's be fair. For anyone, even Conor Gray tonight, to say that woman's speech wasn't a good speech, I'm shocked. I'm disappointed. She presented a very brilliant speech. I think the only problem people are facing with today is because she criticized America. But like Abdul Ketama said, when the American ambassador said, what would J.J. Rao say, that Liberia so dirty, there was no problem with that. Nobody walked out of that program. It was on J.J. Rao's birthday. Nobody walked out of the program. We cheer for him. When he talk about the look, you think if America didn't have special interest or Liberia didn't see America as special interest, the deal they got out of fires from the land they got, they're not natural resources, but the land we gave, they keep not going to get it. They were Ominga Tower, the RIA, even Mano River, the Iron Ore Mine, Mano River, LMC, Bombing Hills, those were all American companies. When the iron ore depleted, that's when they left. Sam Jackson knows that. That's when they left. So to come today and say Liberia has given America nothing, America has given Liberia everything, I disagree with that. And I think you guys should you should stop being afraid in there that your citizenship will be revoked, or your green card will be canceled, or you'll be deported from America, or you'll not be allowed to go to America if you spoke the truth. I think we should learn to say the truth, and we should give the young lady her flowers because she did an excellent speech. She presented an excellent speech. and I fully agree with 99.999% of everything the young lady said today.
All of us gonna take you. Let's listen to Chairman Ability. Chairman Ability, go ahead, guys.
Yeah.
So on the for now, I will leave the American story.
Yes. Let's talk about the positive side domestically. What she said.
There are a lot of other things on the issue of reform. Yeah, you know my position on that. I've tried, and I will never stop trying for us to audit the legislature. The president and everybody else in leadership have refused to do it. I'll keep trying. It is unfair, and we need to do that. We need to bring transparency. On the issue of reduction in salary of the legislature, I have a different view. I will accept any kind of reduction in pay, provided that that money specifically goes to either education or healthcare. If you cut my salary, give it to the health workers or the teachers. You're not going to take my money and let a job drop you in one big hole. I say that because these are the people that spend the 26 in my district today without 1 cent in their pockets, without anything to their family. So if you want us to do that, that's why the $100,000 that was given to each lawmaker, that's why I allocated that money 100% to teachers and health workers, volunteer health workers. So yes, I'm in favor of that. If you want to take my personally for me, the money for my car, I'm adding additional 15,000 on it. I'm putting an ambulance in my district. Other people may not have that opportunity. So if you're telling us to forego those things, you must turn it into development in their district to help their teachers, their healthcare system, their educational system. And then
I beg you,
let's do it around the whole country.
Yeah, let me run through a quick question. You said it gave you 100,000.
The budget allows there's $100,000 in the budget.
And the Senator's not 250, you 200, right?
Let me address to mine. I'm not a senator, so I don't know what
No, but you know what is in the budget for all of you. That's what I'm asking.
I know. I only care about what is there for me. So let me explain my own. There's 100,000, and I have allocated 100% of that money.
So 100,000, the 100,000 given to you or your district?
I don't have it. It's not with me. I make a project proposal to list. They send it to the government, and the government dispose of the money there. It doesn't come to me. I don't see the money.
But you make the proposal. You direct the money.
Correct.
So that's your money.
It's not my money. It's a Liberian money.
People don't direct the money, but you direct the money.
Yes, I sit with my people and make a decision, and we agree that we should give it to the health worker and the teachers. And that's what we do. So you want to cut my salary, put it somewhere that it will benefit the country.
Thank you, sir. Let me bring the guys again. We simply speak. We're trying to wrap this thing down. It's after 11 in Liberia.
Let's define what who communists are. Okay, when I call somebody a communist, I talk about somebody who's anti-capitalist. When you're against all of the capitalist institutions that have global dominance and have improved the lives of billions of people since 2000 with the Millennium Declaration, and Western capital has funded development over the last 30 years, and Western capitalism is funding the SDGs up to 2030. And somebody says that Liberia needs to develop new strategic partnerships. You know why I call her communist? Because my Russian friends, they were celebrating today. They were sending me, they sent me that a video of the president nodding his head. And they were basically saying, it's time for Liberia to have an entry with the Russians. Then the boycott administration officials there clapping and boycott nodding is basically agreeing with Raptel that American relationship with Liberian relationship with the United States has not benefited the country. It's time to turn to the Russians. That's what the Russians were saying to me today. And Senator, I will send you the screenshot. They were celebrating in Moscow today. They were. She calls herself the neo-progressive, but the neo-progressive, they're communists. Okay? They don't believe in capitalism. Okay?
Senator, this is wrong. This is false information.
No,
progressive are not communists.
No, he got to speak after that.
False information. Yeah.
No, he got to speak. Go ahead, Uncle Sam.
They believe
I'm not stopping. I just is a false information.
They believe in redistribution of wealth. They don't believe in equal. They don't believe in equal pay for equal work. They want us to work hard and then to give it to the poor people who don't want to work hard, who want to settle welfare.
That's not what he said.
But I'm saying that's what the neo-progressives believe. I'm giving you the agenda, their global agenda against American capitalism, which I support. And American Western capitalism has given more to the world. Okay? Post-World War.
You're taking your American citizenship or your little pastor daughter today because your American citizenship business.
But you're gonna let me talk. She's a communist.
Pastor, you know, a pastor guy.
I know that, and I know that she also Tara Taylor's niece. I know that very well. I know that.
But what about the discussion, man? Senator, I'm moving ahead.
If you interrupt Uncle Sam, he will not stop talking. We got to give him his due time, please.
I mean, I think it's like, and LSE is full of communists. I mean, you know, the professors are communists. I mean, because the communist orientation, but a third of the professors have.
So that means you have communist
orientation. That's right. But
they pass it on to you, right? They pass it on to you.
No, they couldn't because my American medulla oblongata was already cooked before I went there. See, they would have, if I went there as a young person, they would have probably made me to be a communist.
Well, you got to try the communist teachers.
So
thank you, Uncle Sam. Let me make some progress. Thank you, Uncle Sam. We got another segment coming up. Let me just wrap on this one. The domestic side of the speech. Let's talk about it, please, guys. I want to bring in Dr. Richardson. Again, we have another group coming on the show tonight. So I don't want us to stay here too long. Dr. Richardson, can you call your names? Who coming on after the chairman and senator leave? Who are those? If you have it, if not, we can come back.
Yeah, give me a second. I have to find it in my
Okay, we'll come back to you. Plenty, speak to us, please.
So I just want to emphasize, we have two lawmakers here from our country, Liberia. I'm a proud Liberian woman. My father served the country, J.D. Bayega Jr., up to the rank of Associate Justice of Liberia. I'm in America not because I don't want to be in Liberia. We're blessed to have a country that has two citizenships. So my stance is not because I'm afraid of my visa or whatever being taken away from me. So I think to have a sitting senator say that when Liberians are listening and we have an opportunity to have dual citizenship for me, I detest that. And I think that's wrong for him to say that. As a senator who represents people of Liberia, he should be open to all Liberians regardless of what side they're on.
I'm very open.
I also don't agree. You won't interrupt me, Senator Snow. Trust me.
I agree with you.
Yeah, but I'm speaking. I did not interrupt you when you spoke. You will please give me a chance to speak. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you so much.
I disagree with you.
Well, that's your opinion. That does not trump mine.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I also want to say I do not agree.
Junior daughter was still.
No, but he knows. That's why I call his name.
Let me progress now. I
also want to emphasize, like Honorable Belita said, we applaud the young lady. I'm so proud of her and proud of her stance and her intellectualism. But what I don't agree with is the portion of some of the things. And I would have hoped that her speech would have extended to Liberian leaders and to what the leaders have taken from the Liberian people. That is my disagreement. I understand there are other countries too that she could have held responsible, but it was her choice to focus on the areas that she focused on. And it still is my right to say what I agree with and what I don't agree with. we have to be able to hold our leaders accountable for a better Liberia that we seek. It's not just about America. It's about us and our Liberian leaders and us as Liberians and what we want better for our country. That's most
we hear
important.
that every day.
I don't disagree with anything that she has said. I agree with her speech. I love that she has spoken. I wouldn't call her a communist. I think she's an activist. I have followed her, but I also think that we should have held the Liberian leaders accountable from what they've taken from the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Glennie. Thanks a lot. Go ahead, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, I just wanted to say my thoughts on the domestic aspect of the speech, and then I will tell you who's coming in.
Go ahead, Dr. Richardson. Thank you.
I believe that Dr. Pele's speech was awesome. I appreciated that she was selected to be the orator for this event. However, I think when you write a speech, you should be very mindful about how people would take things to take away from your speech. This beautiful speech that she wrote, we are now capitalizing on what the American did. Okay, so it's a lesson learned that when you present it to a body on such a great day like we just had, it's something.
I thought you said we're moving from the American being to talk about something else.
But she using her time the way she sees fit, sir.
It's something that you need to keep in mind. And thank you, Stanton, for being the moderator on this show. I knew that you were the moderator.
Where you going all of the women and ski to this?
So and
when I get on our ski, we get power.
I want to say that I agree with her when she mentioned. She spoke. She said, and this goes to especially the senator who's here, because Representative Billy, he's new, in the House, but Senator Edwin Snow has been.
That's from where America to go to Representative Billy. They play to vote for him in Nima. So praise him. Go ahead. You left for America. You were tough for America to Nima to vote.
So I know why you are upset with the Americans. You were banned. You are banned. The United Nations banned you from coming.
So Dr. Richardson, we're not going to be personal with Senator.
No problem. No, let me just tell you.
Dr. Richardson, we're not going to go personal. Dr. Richardson, no. Dr. Richardson, no.
No problem. Go ahead.
We'll come back to you. No, we'll come back to you, Dr. Richardson. We'll come back to you. I said, do you want to speak? We'll come back to you, Dr. Richardson. I'm begging you. I said, do you want to speak, please?
Yeah, sure. So
if you tell me you don't want me on the show, just tell me you don't want me on the show tonight. That's all.
Dr. Richardson will not be personal. We're going to speak. No, we'll come back to you, Dr. Richardson. We'll come back to you. Dr. Richardson, we'll come back to you, please. We'll come back to you. You get your time, Jack. You get your time. No, we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. Dr. Richardson, we'll come back to you, please. Go ahead, I said though.
Mr. Snow off.
Dr. Richardson, let's have some order on the show.
It will not happen tonight.
Okay, but what I'm saying to you, you will not be personal with Honorable Snow. We'll stick on this conversation. Dr. Richardson, we will not be personal. I beg you, Mama. I beg you. I take God to beg you, please. Let's come back to you. Hold your plate, please.
No,
I beg you.
But Stanton, I believe that you should protect, and the rest of the panelists should protect other panelists on the show. I was talking about psychology concept.
Dr. Richardson, we passed that. We passed that. We'll come back to you. No, Sis Glennie,
go ahead.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
The Oldtimers are expected to come.
Yeah, send them the link. Send them the link.
I don't want to spend. I don't want to get a headache. I don't want to spend.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. Thank you. I said to go ahead, please.
Yeah, very quickly on the domestic aspect of her speech, she just restated all of those things we've acted on. The yellow machine, we talked about it. Or turning positions, we've talked about it. The blatant disrespect of the law, we've talked about it. She said, Mr. Barker, do you want to be remembered as someone who abused the law? Of course, we've always said the same thing. So she was just restating things that we've said all along. And again, like we say, whenever we say these things, we know the people are listening outside. That's why we are confident when we say what we say. But I wanted to make a very clear, should I say, I don't like to say correcting people or stuff, but from my opinion, the speech overall, anyway, I'm hearing a repeat of myself.
Yeah, well, let me mute, guys. Yeah, I think we need to audio. Go ahead, I say you.
Overall, for me, it was not a critique of U.S. foreign policy towards Liberia. When you critique something, you assess, you give recommendation, you look at where it can be improved. The speech was a total dismissal. And if you dismiss something, you say bluntly, it's not worth it. So anybody that comes and says she was critiquing America's foreign policy towards Liberia, I disagree. Because she didn't get any recommendation as to where. Now, do I believe that Liberia has some problem with America? Yes. Do I also believe that America has helped Liberia very greatly? Of course. It's said that America could have done more. Absolutely. Have they done nothing? Oh, no, they have done things. So at least we need to recognize the little efforts they've put on. Go in to say, you know what, you could have done more here, you didn't do here. How can we foster this? But to just come and dismiss everything America has done to Liberia, I think it was not worth it. It was not the right thing to do. Think about this, my people. Are we saying no one since Liberia's foundation, no one has ever critiqued America's foreign policy towards Liberia? Just imagine, 177 years, not a single US diplomat has ever walked out of any of our programs before. Just think about it. Not one for 177. This is the first time it's happened. That alone should tell you something went way beyond the rule. Hey, if somebody is helping you and you totally disregard the help, not even recognizing the small and trying to see how best you can encourage the person to do more, the person will get irritated. And that was what was on the display. And like I've said, and I will always say, the only striking part, just beyond the latest speech, was the government itself embracing. The president was there knocking his head in agreement fully over what the woman was saying. And that is dangerous for our country. It is. You have government officials on Facebook congratulating the speech, dancing to it. And imagine now, one comes before number two. Liberia's number one friend is America. You cannot leave number one and jump to number two. You can look for number two, but you want to make sure that number one is still there. You see how you can encourage to make things better. So in my mind, the speech was not a critique. Nothing was critique at all. It was a dismissal of America's part played in Liberia, and that was not a good speech for our country.
Thank you very much. Mama, you want to go?
Somewhere in the 2020, let me see the date, 2022, Sam Jackson referred to the U.S. investment in energy in Liberia as the dumbest project in the world. America remains. America.
Gentlemen, please mute.
2020 March.
You see, that was a liar. That was a liar. You're complete liar.
Uncle Sam, he got to speak. Uncle Sam, the same way I muted Dr. Richardson.
I don't deal with America business now.
No. Mommy have to speak the way you want to speak. Uncle Sam, I will mute you, sir. I will.
I have to correct him.
Uncle Sam, no, you will not interrupt him. Everybody gets the way. Everybody have to. Let's try to show some respect, please, guys. Mommy, please tell me what you are looking at and continue speaking. We got limited time. We got to bring the old time or the other way on. So, guys, please, Mommy, go ahead.
To you, but for the readers, it's online. You can go on Front Page Africa. Controversial economist and Jackson slam over cynical comments on do not effort to restore.
Put it in the chat room. Put it in the chat room.
Yeah, but we're not central.
No, but you gotta put it in the chat room.
I'm putting it there, but also the public not in the chat room. I'm putting it in the chat room. No, but
you put it in the chat room so Stanton can put it up.
Give me chance.
Uncle Sam, I'll put it up. He'll put it in the chat room. I'll put it up.
Chat room. Put it in the chat room. Okay.
All right.
Either you cannot read or you didn't understand what I said.
Uncle Sam, again, I beg you, sir. Please allow Mommy to speak, please. Go ahead, Mommy.
And to the viewers, you can go online. Controversial economist and Jackson slam over cynical comment on do not effort to restore energy, electricity to Morovia and its environs. Quote in the newspaper. And I will also share the full statement he wrote.
Okay.
I will share it. He said, where is St. Jackson? St. Jackson described the project as the dumbest. Energy expert slam St. Jackson. St. Jackson claimed that donor funded McCoffey had
The boy is crazy, oh. Insanity, oh.
Uncle Sam, no, Uncle Sam, I beg you, but I don't let her do this. Uncle Sam, Uncle Sam, our father and grandfather, allow him to speak.
Can you pull it up?
I will put it up. I am putting it up, but Uncle Sam, please allow him to speak.
I want you to put it up before I speak. I want you to put it up before I speak.
Yeah, put it up.
I put it up. I beg you, please, guys.
Yeah.
Go ahead, mommy. We don't have enough time.
I don't want to say anything. Pull it up.
Yeah, mommy, go ahead. I put it up. Uncle Sam, that's enough. Mommy, go ahead.
So, front page Africa report. Energy expert slam economist Sam Jackson. The donor-funded McCoffey Hydro is the dumbest infrastructure project on the planet.
Of course, exactly. But that's the LeBron government decision.
Uncle Sam, Uncle Sam,
you are?
I beg you, Uncle Sam, I don't want to, okay, let's put Uncle Sam in the battle. Mommy finish speaking, please. Mommy, go ahead. We got to have some control, guys. It's not about us.
So,
all right, this is why you sent to me. Talk to me.
Lay it up there. You see in the quotation mark, dumbest infrastructure project on the planet. That was St. Jackson's statement that Christopher Neo was responding to. You can take it down.
So what they have to do?
What is that to do with America now?
I come in. America funded the McCoffey, the project through the MCC.
The MCC, yeah.
He said, described that project as the dumbest infrastructure project. That was his opinion. As a citizen, he described it that way. It did not make America to say, I would not associate with Liberia because...
Oh, come on, Mama, you're a liar. You are complete.
Uncle Sam, let him finish. We will give you time. We will give you time, Uncle Sam, please. We beg you. Mommy, today's your birthday. Can you be nice, please?
Say yesterday was your birthday, man.
But Stanton, I'm only relaying what is reported publicly. And I will post in the chat room the full statement he wrote. When the ambassador addressed Liberia at the time, St. Jackson got angry. Why the US ambassador would be addressing the country like that? And he wrote extensively.
Exactly. Exactly. I stand by.
Uncle Sam, wait. Uncle Sam, wait.
And one of the things he said.
Yes, sir. You call him man, or then you put him back on.
Yeah.
That old man, I can't do that, but I'm scared. That old man.
Yeah. Musa, I can make it so sweet. Musa, I can make it so sweet.
And one of the things he said in that critique was the infrastructure project was the dumbest infrastructure project in the world. And it made Christopher Neo angry. And Christopher Neo came back to respond to him. And this is why Front Page Africa reported the exchanges between he and Christopher Neo. The point I'm driving at is individual citizens' opinion doesn't determine the relationship between two countries. Individual citizens' opinion doesn't determine how America reacts to Liberia. America is dealing with this. America is dealing with the administration. She's dealing with a government. She may be concerned about your statement. She may be concerned about the veracity of your statement. She will engage the government, and the government will reassure America that we stand by our policy with you. So this whole thing about Rapter's statement, it undermines Liberia relationship with America, is just intended to be drum and that opposition drum. That's all.
But who made that statement here tonight?
Come again?
Who said that she undermined Liberia relationship?
I said you.
Okay.
But Musa, you yet going to say undermine national security?
No, but I finish
undermine national security, Musa,
yeah, sure. So finish on now. We got to go. I beg you, my man.
That today greater opposition.
Go ahead,
opposition.
Mommy, go ahead. Mommy, go ahead.
So to conclude,
but you need to bring Uncle Sam back too, though.
To conclude,
I'm here. I'm going nowhere.
Raptel delivered an inspiring speech I disagree with Raphael when she said Liberia has done more for America than America done for Liberia. But to ask a country to review its relationship is not a crime. Jeffrey Sachs is in America. He criticizes American policy all the time. U.S. congressmen do that. People in the Democratic Party, Bernie Sanders, criticize American policy towards Israel. They do it all the time. America is not a low intelligent country. America is not a bootlicker. America is not an unsophisticated fool that they will only see, they can get angry, but they have strategic interest in Liberia. That strategic interest is deep to the point where Raphael ordinary statement will not cancel it. Our problem as a country is not tied to America. What are our problems, Stanton? Our problems include people in young generation. How do we call them? We call them militants. We call them gatekeepers. We don't call them entrepreneurs.
So you agree with her? You agree with her? Let us move on, mommy. Again, I want to say, again, no, Uncle Sam will come to you. Uncle Sam will come to you. Uncle Sam, I beg you, will come to you. Uncle Sam, no, it's not fair. You have three individuals. Uncle Sam will come to you. You have three individuals that have not spoken. Colonel Gray have not closed. Abdullah have not closed. I have not closed. We beg you, will make you the last, and you will respond to Mohammed, please.
The man spoke already.
Colonel Gray, go ahead.
You know, Stanton, when we talk about IMF, we talk about World Bank, and all these institutions that are Western dominated in terms of helping poor countries. We're talking about the United States. The US is the largest funder of all of these institutions. When someone say we must, by definition of reimagine what Liberia means or the freedom, she says Liberia is not only should not be only free from colonial relations of power, but also free from colonial artifacts that cripple us. Who is the us? You understand? Maybe you're talking about the Congo people. You say we should forget about, just disregard the colonial dominance because the United States did not colonize us. A group of free ex-slaves came in, they helped with the emancipation process, and they got us to become a free nation. The United States aided the process so that colonial power and access of power will not infiltrate our country. You understand? So sometimes we have to be able to define things that people say, not from the context for which they speak. You know, anytime I go to see Charles Taylor in tears because he was anti-US, I just imagine what he was subjected to by the like of Senator Edwin Snow, who went to work when Alan White was speaking. You saw his countenance. You know, this anti-Americanism is embedded and boils the blood of some of these individuals. And these are the policy makers of our country that driving the discord between our poor nation that has absolutely very little potential in terms of protecting itself from for infiltration in our laps. What we don't even have a fitting 3,000 plus military power to flash on us. They're there to protect us. We saw what happened during the war. Displaced aggression for there's no you got something personal against the American. I can always say that's what is driving him to be anti-American. That's his choice. If other people want to be pro, that's their choice. It doesn't make him right or us right over him. It's just two positions that are anti the other. So I don't understand why an individual will be invited to come and speak on the progress we have made as a nation. Instead of doing that, to say, look, And then to even draw the origin of the state from Ebola that just happened just a few years ago, to say that that's a rallying point. What about the Civil War we fought that decimated our country to the extent where we no longer want to see war? We can disagree these days, but we'll never go back to war. That is a point that a scholar should be looking at. Hey, Ebola. But then I'll leave it there, my brother.
Well, thank you very much. We got one last person to go. We got one person to go, which is Ketema. Then we'll take the closing from Senator Snow and Musa. Ketema, go ahead, please.
Well, first of all, thank you, Stanton. Thank you very much. I hope you didn't cut my time this time because you took 1 minute for my ear time. Look, Conor Gray is an intellectual and a scholar on this matter, so I respect his view 100%, no doubt. You know, look, biggest and the best friend we have in the world. I'm pro-American. I will remain pro-American. I'm anti-communist. I'm anti-socialist. I'm pro-America. America is the greatest experiment in democracy in the world, and we should embrace America. There's no doubt. Now, but I think what this lady did is force us to rethink about relationship. Force us to go back and reflect. We have not had this moment of reflection. She wants us to rethink our relationship. Now, she's also doing something. Look, and I think, look, Stanton, I was on the street today for the Sunday show, and the debate there was the US walking out to Vera Taisha. And this is a popular issue. Liberians are asking, what really America doing for us? Let's be honest. So this is now, she's channeling an existing public perception that is growing and getting louder and creating a crescendo of voices. We should not underestimate it. But I also like your pivot, Stanton, to the domestic issue. What she did today was, and I gave a tribute to President Boakai. But President Boakai sat there and did not know what the woman going to say. And she launched a massive critique on the administration. I think this is a good day for Liberia. What President Boakai did not say what the woman going to read, what she's going to say. It's a tribute to President Boakai, inclusive and ability to be tolerant. And I really appreciate that. And also the fact that no government official walked out. When she ran into them, when she tore into some of their policy, some of their missteps, and highlighted that, and they stood there and even clapped for her, I think it is a good day. But she did something else, which is to do a deeper analysis, a public analysis of their performance. This was an evaluation session today on some of the major items, some of the signature initiatives that have been touted by this president. She ran through that, some of their missteps. There are people in that room who are not willing to tell them she did it. She did it with confidence, with salvo, with gusto, and with courage and conviction, and an unprecedented presentation that I think marks an important aspect. Look, remember, this lady is an independent scholar. She's not a government spokesperson. Her statement is welcome. This is a democratic space. Even the American knows that. Some of the issues, the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu questioned the US policy. It did not break their relationship. Senators, it is a common thing around the world. We should use this, we should embrace this. The idea that when you're opposed to America, you're anti-American, it is a dangerous way of stifling dissent and basically oppressing different views. I think we should welcome that. It is a new and open space. It was unethical. It was unconscionable. No one challenges America. We should challenge America. America is not a perfect experiment. America itself says we have made some flaws in Africa. There was some misstep. There's a historical reckoning for America itself by itself. So anybody or Liberian who's concerned about her country raises the issue, we should embrace it and engage the American. Only thing I will say, she should have gone further. And for those who are here, who are basically flamethrowers, who say she should get a solution, this is not a policy where she get evidence for everything she say. This is an oration. An oration is not where you get a detailed policy workshop. There's the solution. No, these are an important aspect. The government can engage her. The American should engage her. But I think America remains our steadfast, ironclad partners and ally in this work. But at the same time, America is not a perfect experiment. America are made of men, and men can make mistakes, and men have agenda, and agenda do not necessarily align with Liberia. And they should be questioned, they should be challenged, as they do to us. America does the same thing to us. So I think this is an important show, and I thank everybody. And Senator Snow, I appreciate your effort. Be tolerant. I appreciate your tolerance tonight. And I really appreciate your telling me tonight. And I think all of us have a share in this. Look, there is a work by Greg Medman. There is from Empire of Rubber, Fire School Scramble for Land and Power in Liberia. A catalog of years of exploitation of workers. Even American experts agree with him. So we should not look at this and think that America is a perfect entity. It's a perfect experiment in every relationship. So I want us to close on this. For me personally, I'm sorry for those who felt I said cowardice. I did not mean that. Maybe I said it wrong or came out wrong. I offer my sincere apologies for all those who felt that way. And me and Benny will deal with each other in our messenger. So you'll leave Benny, me and Benny will on it. So thank you very much, Stanton.
Don't leave us. I want us to, give a chance to Musa Ability and our friend Edwin Snow for them to close. Then we'll bring in the Delaware Oldtimers, but they want to talk about the biggest tournament tomorrow coming up. I want to say this real quick. Let me put up what was said today by the U.S. Embassy. I will read it before we hear the closing from the two lawmakers. In light of the recent event at the Liberian Independence Day celebration, the United States Embassy wishes to address concern regarding Shadia Fed's Rodriguez's decision to leave the event, which is a key, her decision to leave. The United States and Liberia shared a unique history and democratic values. Unfortunately, the national orator introduced divisive rhetoric and unfounded accusation. The United States has a long history of providing foreign assistance amounting to at least 163 million annually. And that's the position. So while the orator is entitled to freedom of speech, like everybody says, her right to speak, the CDA choose to exercise her right not to listen to such remark. Now, I think they are balancing the conversation here. The United States remains a steadfast partner dedicated to fostering a positive and collaborative relationship based on shared values and mutual respect. We look forward to continuing our work together now and in the future for the benefit of both nations. The last paragraph, the United States remains a steadfast partner to Liberia, dedicated, okay, I read this. So there you have it. At the end of the day, they have set this thing up. Now listen, they are not leaving Liberia. For my closing, there's nobody leaving. The woman left just because, per decorum, she felt it is necessary. Protest to the speech, to the individual that gave the speech, not against our government, not fighting with the Liberian government. We have said our thing. I think domestically, what the doctor said in her speech was unique. The lawmaker, Senator Snow, need to reduce his salary, need to reduce the 260-something thousand he's making every year. When you talk about costs, when you talk about fuel and all the benefit, they need to reduce that. And I think the focus should go in that direction. The focus should also go what Ambassador McCarthy said. We give you money for your healthcare system. You find the money, you find the drugs, you find everything into people's private clinic. The indictment for the LSCC in Bon County with those people that were stealing the medications. These things are serious issue. Now, because she brushed on that, I think we should embrace it and work on that. The lawmakers need to do something. I'm not mad with this doctor. I think she came from somewhere. She is not a communist. And I like the reply from the embassy. We are still partnered. 177 years in this business, we remain with the people of Liberia. And we remain with Joseph Iman Barker and his government. We'll work as nations to build up our country, that we can think Liberia, that we can imagine the new way. Now, she's young. We all here. There will come a time in our nation, the young people will rise up, they will speak. And it's happening right now. I embrace her domestic part of the speech. And I will encourage her and encourage every one of us, not just what she said, but what is about to happen. We need to inform our partners, the Americans, that we too, we are Liberians. Think good of us as we think good of ourselves. I'm so happy today that Americans say they just didn't like her speech, they left. They are not saying we're leaving Joseph Walker administration, we're leaving the country. To each his own. And everything you guys have said tonight, and again, welcome it. We hope we can find time to open the phone line to listen to our fellow Liberians. She is a Liberian. She went to school. One of the professor where Samuel Jackson attended. She's not a communist. She's not a socialist. She was lucky like every one of us to leave Liberia and obtain a better education. Samuel Jackson, no, let me end with this. I got to do my own now. I will say this to Edwin Snow. His children receiving one of the best education in America. Edwin Snow received that education. Musa Belete received that education. I believe Musa Belete get family here in America benefiting from the system. From nowhere, I did.
I got my children there, but I'm paying all their school fees. None of them.
Yeah, but at least they are getting a better education.
No, I want to be clear. I'm not benefiting nothing.
We are not saying, listen, I must say I pay my own school fee. There was no student loan. There was no financial aid. I work hard and pay my own school fee.
I don't want to make it clear.
Some way and somehow, our people benefit from the best education system here. True. We are talking about country to country. We shouldn't cast out our sister, the doctor. She earned her degree, she earned her education, her position is her position. We love America and we work with America. And that's my take. The Senator Edwin Melvin Snow Jr., it's always good to have you. Musa Hassan Belete, the chairman representative. You're closest, sir. We'll start with
start with the small man, the representative, yeah. So
the man I was spotted from Edwin Snow when they were in class. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was the U.S. Embassy. The U.S. Embassy. Yeah, I will not count it to Snow again, man. You know, the U.S. Embassy statement literally made it easier for me to close. It did two things. It referred to the statement as unfounded, which means there are no truth to it. It has no basis. So it left with those who believe in what she said to go and prove the Americans wrongly. A second thing it did, it stated to counter that story, what it is putting in Liberia annually. So you all believe in the woman story, you now go and show us where America is taking more than 162 million and carrying it back. Then we can bring the argument. Today, woman who was celebrated, a young, brilliant Liberian woman, performed eloquently, gave a good speech, rapped to us about governance, everything, not a single thing she said as far as our governance system is concerned. I disagree with her. I think that her allegation of America taking more from Liberia than giving more to Liberia is a misstatement. And I think that if she meant something, maybe hopefully she will have the opportunity to make the necessary correction. I'm also happy that the United States Embassy near Monrovia has issued a statement reaffirming the United States government commitment to the relationship with Liberia. Snow, you have a lot of experience in foreign policy. There are things that we are blaming America for that we ourselves are responsible, and we need to take action on it. On the issue of the visa, let us ask the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to instruct the embassy in Washington that Americans can get more than 1 year visa when they want to come to Liberia. And that's why once you do that, you have certified the American law on reciprocity. Liberians will have more than 1 year when they go for visa. So hopefully those can help to change it. And if you go to the American embassy, I can tell you the people who go for visa on appointment no longer stand outside. Those who stand outside there are people who are waiting for people who are going inside. I know it. I've been there. I go there. My children are American. Sometimes they go there and I follow them. It doesn't happen like that. I myself been there. But, so there have been improvement. It used to be like that before. Since they built a new building, things have changed. You are a big man, so you can't go there no more. You won't go there and get your passport. But if you go in now, it's different, you know. So let us allow America and let us allow the speech to be more than that statement. I think that is very critical. The yellow machine issue, let the government take note and make sure have a recourse on the yellow machine.
All the parents are running away. They want to get me close. All the women
They're coming back. They're in it. They're in the back. They're coming back.
Anyway, let me close there and give my friend chance to close.
I hear with you, Honorable Snow. Please,
No, we hear with you. Don't worry. We hear with you. We listen to you.
Please factor in the U.S. statement, yeah, because the atmosphere St. Jackson were creating in America coming.
You're not listening, Jackson, right? You're not listening, Jackson.
Yeah, please factor the U.S. statement in your closing, Honorable Snow.
Honorable J. Rabbit Snow Jr.
Thank God the leg on, sir.
Yo, somebody call it here.
Yeah, you see, I have to be talking for him while he coming on.
He'll come back.
Yeah, you see, I have to be.
So, folks, while Honorable Snow is coming on, we'll hear from you guys. Oh, he's on. Go ahead, Chief.
No, Honorable Bill, I have a question for you after the senator is done.
No, we're gonna squeeze in Honorable Snow got to talk. We're gonna squeeze in the Oldtimers, the representative. Again, I know we are all closing. I want to hear Honorable Snow closing. He make our data so mad today, but we solve the other one in the back.
Yeah, but why Honorable Snow coming on some of the things you want to be told?
Sam Jackson for? That's not fair.
I have a question.
No, nobody knows Sam Jackson. Sam Jackson is here. He went in the back.
No, because listen to me. Somebody's in the room and they're moving around. I don't want you to see the person. That's all.
Okay. Yeah.
Honorable Bill, I have a question for you. Quick.
Question. We beg you guys. I beg you guys. We will do this real quick, but we must hear Frank Weeder and James Allen. They are the old-timer. If we get Honorable Snow coming back, he will do his closing. These guys talking about a game tomorrow. I think it's a celebration of the July 26th. Let's give them a few minutes and let's listen to them. Welcome to the show, Frank Weeder. Man, everything can happen here on Spoon Talk. So sometimes if it happens, an emergency, we can control. We have to run with the trending issue. But tell us what you guys doing tomorrow and what you guys doing at, and give us some overview of your program.
Yeah, hi, Stanton. Hi to everybody. It's a lot of people. It's hard to kind of name everybody tonight, but hi. Happy July 26th to everyone. Happy July 26th to Mama Liberia, our people back home, and everybody out in the diaspora. My name is Frank Weeder. I'm the Secretary General of Delaware. Can you guys hear me?
Okay. Yes, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm the Secretary General of First State Old-Timers Sports Association. We're mainly located in Delaware, but our outreach goes to the tri-state, right? New Jersey, Philadelphia, Delaware, and parts of Maryland. Basically, we're invited here today to talk about our program tomorrow. We're hosting a very big program in Delaware, the July 26th celebration. We're going to have the main event, which is our annual Barrow versus I event. We were expecting our chairman to join us to actually emphasize a lot more on the program. I just want to give you a brief history of First Day Old-Timers. We've been in existence for over 16 years in Delaware. We're a community-based organization that caters to Liberians and other ethnicities and other countrymen in the Delaware area. We host family day programs. We give back to our community. And I'll just pause on that and let James Colley come in also and speak.
Before you do that, we'll go to James. So what time is the program tomorrow?
The program, go ahead, James.
Okay, James can answer. Go ahead. Welcome to the show, Mr. Colley. How you doing?
Thank you, Stanton. And I just want to thank everybody else on the show. I want to appreciate you for giving us your platform so that we can market our event tomorrow. We appreciate that. And before I move forward, happy 26th to everybody.
Thank you.
The event should start by 3 o'clock tomorrow. And it's in Wilmington, Delaware, Folk Road. About the game itself, and I don't want to usurp because we have planned this out. Everybody gonna talk about the specific parts, but we have our chairman who's gonna come on and elaborate better on the game. So I'll just piggyback off of what Frankie was saying and kind of give you a little synopsis about the organization. Um, 16 years ago, a few guys in Delaware here decided to form a camaraderie, and we're Africans. The best way to do that is through soccer, and they formed the first state Oldtimers organization. Um, Years went by and the organization has evolved from its main intent. Right now, we're a non-for-profit. We're a legit 501c3 organization, and we have a platform. Some of the things we do is that we give back to the community. Every August, we do a drive and we donate back to the community. We give out like backpacks with school supplies in it. It's been growing steadily. 3 years ago, we gave out 110 backpacks. Um, and last year, we were able to give out 175 backpacks. This year, we think that we'll be able to do more. But some of the ways we raise funds is through our July 26 program and also through membership dues. So that's why this is paramount to us. Another thing is that we're looking for visibility. We're trying to increase our presence in the tri-state area. So we really appreciate you giving us this platform so that we could get out there and let people know what we do. We also do a lot of mentoring. Our team is full of professional people, and what we do is that we leverage the expertise or that professionalism and talk to and mentor the youth. We give back to the community by encouraging people. You have an issue, you have a problem, you need a job skill, you need a resume build up, come to us. We're open. If you're just coming to the United States and you don't know your way around, come to First State. There are a lot of people there that will help you out. So these are just some of the things that we do as an organization. So the game tomorrow, we just want to use your platform to get out there and spread the word. So the diaspora Liberians living in New Jersey, Maryland, Pennsylvania, and New York, and some parts of Delaware, because Delaware is deeper than everybody
So what's
thinks.
the address again?
Frank, what's the address?
Frank, you're muted.
Sorry. The address is 1308 Folk Road in Wilmington, Delaware. And to my people coming from Philadelphia, there's always this notion about Delaware. We're going to be in the Brandywine area, probably like 20 minutes away from the president of the United States house. So it's a pretty safe environment. We're expecting a huge crowd. The event is free for Liberians. We will have vendors there, right, that will be selling our Liberian street food, from your pepper collar to everything else that we love on that day. We will be having a halftime entertainment also. And we have a special guest that's going to be kicking out the ball for us, the former youth and sports minister, Minister Zoka Wilson, I believe, will be in attendance tomorrow. And we have a few surprises as far as former Baro and IE players that's going to be making a presence there tomorrow for us.
Okay, so again, we want to welcome you guys. Sorry that your chairman couldn't make it on the show. Again, sir, for the delay that we had to do this trending issue in the country. But you guys are always welcome. If you prefer, I will say on our show tomorrow when you guys go live and just call me or Dr. Richardson. We'll send you guys the link that you can come on live. We'll do that as a special offer because we didn't give you guys the full term tonight. So discuss with the chairman, your secretary general, your organization. We can carry your program live if you want. Once there is not a copyright music, we can carry the game live on our show. As always, you guys are welcome. This is the Spoon Talk. This is your network. And let's share your program tomorrow. It's good having you guys, man.
Well,
hey, thank you so much, Stanton. We really James, we can't see you, so I just heard. I don't know if I heard you.
Yeah, go ahead. I don't know what's going on with my camera.
Yeah. Okay. I just basically wanted to thank you, Stanton. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be able to broadcast to Liberians everywhere. We appreciate this. It's a very huge platform. We appreciate the exposure. Let's work to build Liberia all together, right? We're all Liberians, whether we're at home or away. Let's work to build Liberia. But thank you very much. We'll take on your offer tomorrow, and we'll be reaching out to you.
Please do.
Thank you,
Yeah, I don't
everyone.
know who reached out. Who reached out to Dr. Richardson? Please reach out to her that we can organize this better and have you guys going live on our Spoon Talk tomorrow. That we
Thank
can
you
watch some of your
very
games
much.
and entertain you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Awesome.
Wilson.
Thank you. Thank you, Stan.
Have a good
Bye,
one.
guys.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Happy.
Happy 26th to you guys both. Thank you. Okay, but we're going to bring in Senator Snow to do his closing. Then there will be the battle between Uncle Sam and Abula. Then we'll open the phone line to hear from the folks. There's something today happened about diamond. We want to discuss it more. There was a diamond. They say a diamond or opal, some kind of mineral phone in Nimba. Today. So, but Honorable Snow, though, go to now. Hey, guess this guy. Hey, man. You are not that old. You are not that old. You're crying to go to bed. Go ahead. Talk.
Thank you. Stand on.
Yes, sir.
No Liberian show, whether it's television, whether it's radio, whether it's newspaper, has been more critical of me than your show. And you will know that I've never one day blocked you. I've never dismissed you. Even when you go and hit on me the hardest, the next day you will call me and say, my man, what's up? And we talk. The same way with Sam Jackson. Yeah, Sam Jackson want to block him one time, you know. But the reason why we come on this show is because of your level of tolerance. Tolerance is very important. Tonight, two of the panelists describe me as anti-America. Conor Gray and Dr. Richardson. And I want to say tonight, if being critical of America makes you anti-America, then I don't have a problem with that. Okay? I don't have a problem. Conor Gray linking me to Conor Gray, I'm very proud of being associated with Mr. Taylor. If you brought him in Liberia today to stand for election, I will vote for him. So I'm not afraid of that. To say that you what charges are going through because I'm not anti-America. The only other country I've lived in other than Liberia is America. You have Musa Belede that he said you will live there together in Colorado. And then my children are in America, my family in America, and I'm a strong believer in the democratic process of the United States. Notwithstanding, if there's a critical view that I agree with, it in no way makes me anti-America. If I'm anti-America, I would say it. I'm not afraid of anybody. So I'm disappointed tonight that Remy Gray, who I have continue to have a lot of respect for, will consider me being anti-America. Dr. Richardson is one of the persons who, even if my name not mentioned on your show, she will introduce my name and criticize me. I don't have a problem with it. I listen to her. I tune into your show. Dr. Richardson, I was on the UN sanction for 10 years. I don't have any problem with it. What the good thing that sanction did for me is to kept me in Liberia year to go to school, and I got my graduate, my undergrad and graduate degrees while I was here. I don't have any regret. So being critical of America, that you and Councilor and Remy Jackson will consider me anti-America.
Remy Gray,
rather, anti-America. I think that was below the belt. I'm entitled to my views, and like Abdullah Ketama said tonight, and Mame, which I knew, everybody know, I never agree on anything before. If agreeing with an orator for expressing her view that is not binding on the government, that the government did not, Lima Bowie did the same thing here to George Weah in 2019. Lima Bowie was a national orator. George Weah, President Weah did not see her speech. And she spoke. And at the end of the day, President Weah congratulated her. Today, Dr. spoke and President Becker congratulated her. This is the Liberia that we want. You people have a problem because the lady didn't castigate the legislature. When they insulting the Liberian government official, then it's all right. When somebody is critical of America, then they're anti-America. I just want to close Central by saying to you tonight, I will continue to listen to Spoon because I think you accept dissenting views. And that is a democratic space that we look for. That is a space that I yearn for. You guys criticize me on this show every day, especially that Richardson. I just test your Paul to say you left for America to go to district, Seri Nima to vote you fair. And that lie, you don't go to vote in Nima. You getting fair. All day you on me, yeah, slow. You understand me, you talking about me. Then you run away from show to net because slow talking. So I just want to tell you all, your level of tolerance, you should improve it. When you're on a show, when you're critical of everything and everybody.
But they say you must close. Then you close you on the woman.
Because you want to vote for you, that's why you're talking for her.
Why you're jumping on the man?
But I'm for her to vote for me.
Why you're jumping on the man, huh? Why you're jumping on snow?
But I'm for her to vote for me.
She resting on Nima. You only talk America.
All the 50 truck men that you took from Morovia and Canada for me, they're from Morovia.
They were in Liberia. I'm telling them for America. I'm paying somebody ticket to come for America to come vote. So stand on. I just want to close.
That Francine is financially potent and potent, and she can move anywhere she want to move in her own country.
Thank you. So stand on. I just want to encourage you. When you're going to the chat room, tell your panelists. Just how they can be critical of people. People will be critical and will not always agree. I'm not anti-America. I agree with what the lady said today. I listened to the American statement just now. America has counter a statement. That is the democracy that we're talking about. They're sending views. They almost say America into nothing. America came back and said we've done something. So like Musa Belede said, she can come out now and say, this is my evidence. America have counter it. So if anybody think that when you criticize America, you should be scared and put your hand between your legs, and then you anti-America, I'm not anti-America. I have my friend Musa there. Musa knows me. The only other country I live in America, my whole family there. Oh, I got 5 children, all of them in America. And I'm proud of that.
Only 5 children you got?
Yeah, five.
Mr. Moderator, I hope you'll give me the opportunity.
Yeah, I'll be the chair with Snow.
I hope that Mr. Flo should stay on, actually.
I cannot force him to stay on, but I'll give you the chance, man.
I'll stay on and listen to her.
Okay.
But if she comment on me, then you got give me the chance to say my own too.
Well, on this show tonight will become a comment will be up on you. I hope you got time to stay up.
Okay, let's stand on. Let me do my close. Thank you, man.
Uncle Sam, you already closed. Uncle Sam, the only person I have not closed yet tonight, that's Dr. Richardson, because I interrupted.
But you closed.
And me, I'm not closed.
You closed.
I'm not closed.
You are the first, Uncle Sam.
You are the first to close. The only thing you have to respond to me. That's all.
You want to respond to mommy. All right, go ahead, Uncle Sam. Close.
Okay, so listen, first of all, I'm a real economist. I'm not a play economist.
You interrupted my closing, so you can give me a chance to close too.
Okay, so let me explain something to you. This a young gentleman here, name is Mame. He always comes up with things that make him to look like he doesn't read. He doesn't. I mean, this is a statement that I made. It said, Energy Express claims economists who claim the donor-funded Mancoffey Hydro is the dumbest infrastructure in the planet. I said that. That's what I said. My cousin Christopher Neal was responding to me when I said LEC is bankrupt. Well, LEC is bankrupt, chronic illiquidity. The Mancoffey Hydro Dam of the TJ Arafogna Dam is the dumbest infrastructure project on the planet. I stand by that. I'm not cursing America. But no, that's not what he said. He said I was cursing America. I was saying yes, that's what he said. He said, don't speak for him.
Uncle Sam, you will speak. Uncle Sam, listen. Yes, the paper here. This was written by Obadiah Johnson, right? I beg you, Uncle Sam, you will speak, please. Listen, Energy Express slam economists who claim the donor-funded Mancoffey Hydro is the dumbest infrastructure. There you go, project on the planet. Okay. So that's exactly what Mame said. That's what you said.
Okay,
right?
Insinuating that I was slamming America. But here are the facts. The Mount Coffee Hydro project was part of an MCC grant, and we, the recipient, made the decision. The recipient made the decision to build the dumbest infrastructure project on the world.
Who designed the project? America designed the project and brought it to Liberia. If you say it's dumb, then America project.
Let me finish,
Hey,
sir.
man, America designed it, man.
Who designed
Let
it?
me finish. America did not tell you to build my coffee.
Stand on the team, Mame told what did when what St. Jackson read.
It is very different because he was insinuating that I was saying America made the dumb mistake. That dumb mistake was made by the United States. Let me finish. Mama, let me finish.
No, but you don't.
Don't increase the public pressure. Thank you, man.
Let me finish. Let the Liberian people
Let the woman alone, man.
Let me let LeBron know that you're a liar.
Go soon, so
just tell some the one there who are baking, my man.
The whole statement you wrote.
Listen to me.
When you finish.
That is a dumb project. That was a dumb project that was decided by the United Party government.
I can't tell about doing this thing.
It's the one that chose to rehabilitate Mount Coffee. 257.
Why about your response against Ambassador McCarthy when he said, "What would JJ Rao say?"
I will come to that. I will come to that. Stanton, you are not Mame, and don't fight for Mame.
No, I'm asking question.
Let me finish. Okay, I'm a very.
Oh, you gotta get that. You can't close on me. I gotta go to bed.
But yeah, so let me tell you, $257 million from the MCC. $100 million from the Norwegians and $400 million from the European Union, almost $1 billion. What it did, a 88 megawatt dam. So if you divide almost 500 million by 88 megawatt, you get almost $4 to $5 million per megawatt. The average price to construct a dam per megawatt is 1 million, 1.5 million. That's why I said it was the dumbest infrastructure project on the planet. That's what I said that. Coming to McCarthy's statement, McCarthy said, what would J.J. Rowell say? And I felt all the time that Ambassador McCarthy always made an inordinate intervention of the Liberian government. No ambassador before him has spoken the way the ambassador spoke, and many times he was impolitic. He was not diplomatic, and he did that.
Nobody walk out.
But so let me finish now. Where you guys answering? So, ladies and gentlemen, I did not say America made a dumb mistake by investing in the. I didn't say America made a dumb mistake, but the Mount Coffee is the dumbest infrastructure project on the planet. That's what I mean.
When you are speaking against Ambassador McCarthy, when you were speaking against the American government of which he represents.
I was speaking against the ambassador, and I have facts.
Well, he represent the president.
Yeah, I did not say that America has done nothing for Liberia, and I did not say that Liberia has done more for America. I'm not stupid to say that. I never said that. I counter Ambassador McCarthy point by point on the things that he said. I did not say, I was not stupid enough to say that America had done nothing for Liberia or that Liberia had done more. What Raptor said today, like the ambassador said, it's unfounded and it's untrue. America supports Liberia to the tune of $163 million a year in donor support. Post-war, billions and billions of dollars. That's the point I want to make. My Liberian people, they have heard me. They know that Mame was lying. End of conversation.
Thank you. Uncle Sam, please allow me to speak. I was actually...
Go ahead.
I was doing something else, and I heard Senator Snow mention my name, and so that's why I came back. I had the show on in the background. I was actually attending to other things. Senator Snow, I never called you an anti-American on this show. I actually asked you, are you feeling any type of way towards America because you were banned? You didn't seem to be objective. You didn't have an objective view. You came
I was never banned by America. America never banned me.
You were banned by the United Nations.
Honorable Snow, can she please speak?
Exactly. And that's what I asked you, okay? And I told you, it's been my experience as a psychologist. There's something we call counter-transferring. And you jump right away. This is what you do. You attack people personally. You jump right away. I don't know what kind of psychology degree you're reading. You told us
said that. I said that on the show.
You
stand on. Stand on. I said that on the show tonight.
This is what you do.
No. Stand on. Answer. No. Don't lie. Stand on.
This is what you
Did
do.
I ever question that your registry degree?
I said
no. Musa Belete, did I ever question that your registry degree on this show tonight?
Okay, you what was Dr. Richardson? Dr. Richardson.
No, stand on. You are the moderator. You gotta say
yeah,
it.
but let me address it. Honorable Snow, I will beg you when she finished, then you can give your point. Again, you are interrupting her.
No, stand on. No.
Well, we cannot interrupt when she's not done. I'm trying to cut. I am cutting exactly what you said.
You said to me,
I am cutting.
What kind of psychology?
Dr. Richardson, wait. Honorable Snow, I am cutting exactly what you said. Give me a chance. We'll play it.
All right.
Go ahead, Dr. Richardson, please.
Yes. And so you who don't know anything about psychology, you just told the world today that when you were banned by the United Nations because they banned you from traveling, you stay in Liberia getting your degree. The last time I checked, Liberia does not have any master level degree program in psychology. And it was just maybe quite recently they got a psychology degree program. So you don't know what I'm talking about. And that's why you asked about my objectivity because I am an American citizen, just like how I would ask you about your objectivity because you have issues about traveling by the United Nations. And didn't the American back the United Nations? So that's why I'm asking you. Do you have any issues, any counter-transferring issues? And you sat here and threw back at me. And I didn't say anything. All right. When it came back for me to talk about domestic issue, you frequently cut me off. You interrupted me. You sat here, you explained all you wanted to do tonight. I didn't interrupt you. I listened to you patiently. And the only reason why I came back because you called my name saying that I said that you're anti-American. No, I did not. My first question to you was, do you have any counter-transfer issues? Are you mad at the Americans because the United Nations banned you from traveling and you felt that you are not supported by the Americans? That's what I was asking you. And you didn't address the issue. You came back at me about my psychology degree. I have nothing against you. I don't know you. I have never met you personally. I call your name just like Pele will call your name when she speaks about the national legislature. She speaks about you getting too much scratch card. She speaks about you getting too much fuel for your car. She speaks about your salary being too high. That's exactly what she said in the speech, and that's what I spoke about, and that's what I will continue to speak about when I call your name. Okay, so at this level, I like to end my thoughts about what I have to say tonight, and I don't have to be on the show. That's why I left until you mention me, because you lie on me.
So stand up playing and let's see who lied tonight.
Becky, I'm cutting it. You see, I'm cutting it. Give me small chance. Okay, let me cut that, Becky. So while we wrap up the show, if you want to hang, I'm going to cut this and I will share. I have asked other people to cut it, but go ahead.
Why leaving the show had nothing to do with you. It was moderator.
Dr. Richardson, are you done?
I was about to speak. Okay,
Dr. Richardson, are you done?
It had nothing to do with you. It had nothing to do with me tolerating you or not tolerating you. For all I care is about the Liberian people and how you use the Liberian people. I care about you working in the best interest of Liberian people. Yes, I will mention Western Cluster, okay, because you are a senator from Pommy County. And if I mention Pommy County, I will mention how are you advocating for the people of Pommy County. That I will do.
You going now?
I can
Mama, mute yourself. So, Dr. Richardson, are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Honorable Snow, please be speaking. I'm trying to upload it. I beg you. I'll go into the point.
Stand on.
Yeah.
Tonight on the show, and I will reference Mame again because he's now one of my friends on this show. We've never been. I've never ever mentioned that the Richardson degree, whether on this show or out of this show. I've never. And I will ask that the Richardson, if you cut this tape, and if I ever mention her degree or her qualification, I will publicly apologize on this show. And vice versa, if I did not mention it, I want the Richardson to do the honorable thing to apologize on this show. That's all I'm asking.
Can I come in?
No, Bishop, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, let be so now, please.
No,
We gotta hear from Musa too. We gotta hear from Musa too. I'm begging you. Please.
Personally, for me, on this issue, I listen to Honorable Snow and I listen to you. I think emotion can just fly in between. Two things happened tonight. Edwin, Honorable Snow did mention your degree. He said, but in the tone that I think that the way you interpreted it is not what he meant. Like, for instance, he knows you as a psychologist. So what he was trying to say was that, Doc, I don't know from what psychology book that you are reading this from.
That's exactly what he said.
Yes. So it was not a mention of whether or not your degree is. He did not question your degree, but he did mention as to what book you are reading from.
Thank you.
So, the reason why I have to come out of this, there are always moments like this where you have to come out to exactly what he said. So that's why I wanted Edwin, before Stanton plays the tape, I wanted Edwin to know, yes, you mentioned about the whole degree or whole reading of psychology, which is her area of specification, her area. So normally, the person who does not know you, and Edwin, you say you don't know her, the person who does not know you will assume that you are talking about their qualification.
Musa, stop playing politics with it.
I'm not playing politics. I'm saying,
Musa, no. Let's not play this.
I'm telling you, when they play the tape,
Richardson, come on, Richardson.
When they play the tape, that's exactly what it's
supposed to say. You mentioned my qualification.
Musa,
you don't jump in front of all of us and said
I never said you mentioned.
I said counter transfer was the word that I used.
You mentioned the word psychology. And you said, I don't know what book you are reading from.
Richardson made a statement.
Dr. Richardson clarified that you read Sigmund Freud. I remember when.
But Edwin, that's what I'm saying. I don't know why you're flying off of. I said clearly you are not referring to her qualification.
What he
I said that you are not referring.
But I will not be a woman. I'm not that woman.
No,
I'm not a woman that you would come and twist my words around.
Edwin did not mention
and the second
that
thing
Richardson's degree.
And let me just
but you did mention psychology.
I sat down. I'm sorry, Musa, you are speaking.
Like I said, that Honorable Snow was not or did not mention your psychology degree, but he did mention and say he doesn't know what psychology, book or stuff you were reading from.
Exactly.
I was not very specific.
The people who are talking here today. Then the second thing he came on, you travel from the United States to visit Musa, you are a United States citizen. I didn't mention anything of that. Okay?
I think that one again. That one you were just trying to throw joke at you. No, that one you were trying to throw joke at you. The issue on the psychology, knowing that you are a psychologist, so you were trying to say he doesn't know from which theory you are speaking. In my understanding of the book, that's what I thought it was.
That's what I said. But for the Richardson to say I question her degree tonight, I think she owe me an apology.
No, I don't. How do you know? What do you know about psychology? What do you know about psychology?
Why you get paid anything? Let go, man.
Let me finish, Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, let me speak. I beg you. Honorable Snow. Honorable Snow. This is the People's Network.
Okay, we are all panelists and friends. You didn't mention Dr. Richardson degree. Okay, you spoke about the psychology theory,
Yes.
right? That she was referring to.
But that's what I said.
But you didn't mention how she got her degree or obtained her education.
I never
You
said
spoke
he did.
about I'm trying to say this thing like Dr. Richardson. I'm not playing the clip, but you spoke about the theory because everything about theory and Dr. Richardson answered.
So Edwin Snow, you owe me an apology.
And Dr.
Why
Richardson
you flying up on me?
Musa, wait, and Dr.
No,
Richardson
but never don't fly up on me.
and Dr. Richardson answered and said one fraud. I think she called the gentleman name, the guy.
Sigmund Fraud.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sigmund. So that's how it went. So let's move on. Again, let's forget about the apology. We are all professional adults.
No, I deserve an apology.
I think we have understood where we came from.
Apologize first.
From me? Okay, no problem. You are intolerant, Snow. You should have apologized
But you know,
to
you
me.
come on the show, Honorable Snow, and you know very well that Musa will take Dr. Richardson's side. It's very hard to break them through. I have tried and I cannot succeed. Dr. Richardson will take Musa's side, Musa will take Dr. Richardson's side. So.
Was I not fair tonight?
No, you wasn't.
The question was, Dr. Richardson said,
I think I can take Musa's side too, man.
I was stand for her any day, stand up. If you think that there will be a day where I'll not stand for her, you're joking.
I want to appreciate you, Chairman Ability, and I know this is a good team for 2020.
Remy has a question for me. Can you let me ask a question?
Musa and Edwin Snow, I know you guys working towards, and I know your plan. People telling me both of you guys are collaborating very strongly. You got a mission, you got a plan. But I'm surprised by the
on top of the tickets. Our ticket will fail.
What?
When I agree, we'll be on top.
I want to ask Musa a question, man.
Let me finish. You ask Musa, but one thing that we just draw me closer to this thing is, Mame, he's just researching Uncle Sam seriously and creating a problem for Uncle Sam. Mame, I beg you, Uncle Sam just turned 71. Do not allow him to come on the show to increase his pressure. I beg you, I will ask you to leave him.
I have said a lot of things that I disagree with in America, but I never say America is not helping Liberia. I have questioned America on many issues.
Stanton, let me bring out some of the things what he said. Let me bring out somebody. You see,
stick to that your dumbest thing. Let's stick to that your dumbest thing first. And let's extinguish that you misunderstood what I said.
Yeah. No, the show, but something I want to show Musa. Musa, they found this thing in your county. Prince Johnson is in possession of it. We'll talk about this mineral, right? I want the whole world to look at this. It changes color, Musa. The little girl that found it, or the little child that found it, and I want to call Senator Snow attention to this. This is in the possession of Prince Johnson. I can announce, right? And what happened here? Somebody lied. One of the former mayor lied and said she found this. So the parent of that child, the whole family, Honorable Snow, they left Nima County early this morning. They tried to seek help, try to call the attention of the entire government. You know why, Honorable Snow? Is because what is happening is because this issue here is a holiday. They never have money to even transport themselves. The woman took the diamond and she tried to run with this diamond. Now, we have learned it's not diamond, but it's a precious stone worth millions of dollars, right? Guess what happened? They went to the Spoon compound. They got on the ground and they started crying. The reporter diamond met them and said, what happened? They said, we want to talk to the CEO. Only the CEO can help save us right now. And we asked them, have you guys reached out to any of the lawmakers? They said the only person that have our diamond and the person that claiming to have our diamond, they told Senator Prince Johnson that for them and they give it to Prince Johnson. I was sleeping, Honorable Snow. 5 o'clock this morning, my phone rang. My phone will only ring and I will answer when I see any of my staff from Spoon Network. I answer. The family start crying. Somebody took our diamond. How you get there? They say we beg for transportation. Who get the diamond? We had to find a lawyer, Honorable Snow, and I hope that Musa look into this too. We found a lawyer. The lawyer makes some inquiry. The diamond is in the possession of the Senator Prince Johnson. He have agreed to meet with the lawyer. Again, we are talking about over millions of dollars. I reached out to the Minister of Land Mines, Wilmer Pay. Wilmer Pay acknowledged that this is not a diamond, but it's a precious stone worth over $45 or $60 million. I spoke to him.
How much?
Over millions of dollars.
But how do they know what it is, Stanton?
They tested it. Wilmer Pay tested it. I'm giving you information. I spoke to him. Prince Johnson acknowledged that he got the diamond. The little child found the diamond. They gave the little child $100 liberty and said, go by your business. When the parents got to know, the person that took the diamond ran with the diamond. Thank God, Prince Johnson. I'm not saying Prince Johnson did bad thing. He took possession of it. And now we are saying, yeah, it's a legal issue now. Prince Johnson is willing to speak to the lawyer. And I want the whole world to know this. And thank God we have you guys, the lawmaker here. Thank God they realized that the owner network that will speak for them. And they came crying, the parents, the grandparents, all of them. And it woke me up. The only way I could intervene is to find a lawyer for them. And at least Prince Johnson admitted he have it. And he willing to sit down with the lawyer and sit down with the family to get this thing resolved. The work that we do as network is from all aspects. It's from everywhere. People come knocking on our door, but we are humble and we are grateful that this too will not be another diamond saga that somebody will run to Dubai and sell, and the poor people will not benefit. This is in your backyard, Musa. This is in your backyard. And I want to say thanks to the reporter who realized that he needed to talk to me or the CEO, and Madam Titi got involved. And at least we are walking to the place that Prince Johnson will be sitting with the lawyer and they will be discussing the way forward. Honorable Snow, your take, and Musa from Nema County.
So, Senator, this morning, Senator Prince Johnson sent pictures of that stone. And he mentioned that in his first message was that it was the largest diamond that had been found in Nimba by partisan of NDR. It was very specific. Instead of partisan.
That was the first thought, you're right.
Yes, saw that diamond, all of that. And then about an hour later, he sent another message and said, no, it's not diamond, but it's precious stone worth millions of dollars. And I know Senator Johnson. In the Senate, he's my chairman on the Committee on Internal Affairs. And he wouldn't try to dupe anybody. I think what he did was that because there was little conflict, he has it, and he's prepared according to what he's prepared to give it to whoever owns it through the proper process with the government of Liberia. So I think there's no question about his possession.
I know that. I was happy when when he picked up the call. He spoke to the lawyer. They settled time, a respected lawyer, and I'm not going to call the lawyer name. The family is in Monrovia. The family was hosted well. And again, I just want to bring it. This is what we should do as a nation. There is no bypass. There is no shortcut. And again, the government will benefit. But imagine from your backyard, a poor family life will be changed. And that's what we stand for as a network. That's what we stand for as a people. We are humbled to do this thing every day, not only politics. So I want to say thanks to Prince Johnson saying that he will meet this lawyer, and thanks to the lawyer and thanks to the family for recognizing that they got voice.
And Senator Johnson has also asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to be actively involved in the situation.
Yeah.
In addition to the lawyer. Yeah.
Yeah, but that would be a smart thing to do for them to get involved. And that's why when I spoke to Wilmer Pay told me exactly what was happening, and he's on top of it. And I appreciate Wilmer Pay. He didn't play game. He didn't lie. He says, yes, CEO. He sent me the picture. He said, yes, this is where we are, and we are working with it. So I'm happy that we'll bring them on the show. We'll bring that young, very poor family from Musa Ability back here. Musa, talk to us. Yeah, I got it. Let me put a picture up. I got it. Musa, talk to us, please.
No, I mean, so far you haven't reported there's no problem. Everything is okay. I think we all hope that whoever owns the diamond will get the real value. According to the mineral sharing law, a new local government act, setting amounts to stay in Nimba. I hope that will stay there so that the local people can enjoy. So
I'm going to put this up because this is why it is, and I want Liberian to see it before we go. But listen, yeah, the tester, woman pays the tester, yes, and they'll have to do more testing. But this is so important that this thing changing colors.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I don't know how
that radioactive, eh?
Well, you can hope that, but I don't know. Seriously speaking, how Nimba not getting this kind of mineral?
Oh yeah. I mean, very soon we may have to declare ourselves.
Seriously, people got to be afraid now. Nimba going to be a whole country sitting somewhere. On who knows why I said I'm taking from over there? Maybe I said I'm taking the
exactly.
And this is the thing that can hurt someone else. Yeah, it's the mineral here. It's right here. It's very beautiful, folks. Very beautiful. But one thing I say, thanks to all the Spoon Network staff, and these guys, especially Damo. Damo, can you come on? Damo was thank you, Damo. Damo was the one that called me this morning. Look how beautiful this is, folks. Look at it. Damo, talk to us. It changing color, man. It changing color. That's the same thing.
What?
Yep. Damo, talk to us.
Yeah, Chief, you've literally said it all. We were in the middle of the Independence Day celebration coverage when I got a call that there was this family in distress that needed to speak to us. The fact that they came from all the way Saninkole City, Nimba County, and came straight to the Spoon Network, that spoke a lot. What interested me the most was when the little boy was asked to draw the size of what he found, and on 3 occasions he was asked to draw the size, and what he drew similar to the size of the picture that we saw. The story is deep. As you said, there will be conversations held tomorrow, and there is one person who's claiming that she found it by her house in the water washed it there. The other family is claiming that the little boy found it, and his friends, they came with everybody who was around. The friend he was with, the friend that was there with them, the father, the uncle, the grandfather. So we following this process, and as you said, the relevant figures of authority that we've spoken with, they've all admitted and have said yes, they have it, they've tested it, the value. The car is weighed at 395 carats, according to what we got. And as you said, it's
395 carats. Yep,
395 carats, according to what we've got. And it changes color, from white to blue to green to yellow. It's amazing to see. So we're following this up.
This is very serious.
Well, there you have it.
Huh?
We'll go check in your district too. We will find it in your district, sir.
No. That now promote district. We'll not get down on our district.
But want to say to all, thank you very much, Senator Snow. Thank you, Representative Ability. It's always good having you guys. It was very interesting today. Want to say thanks to them.
Can Reverend ask me his question now, please?
Okay.
Yeah, well, you start issue or you give her.
No, he said he got question from the hand related.
Yeah, he's sitting comfortable.
What's 26?
He won't go now.
Yeah,
what's 26?
He won't go.
Huh?
Snow, what's my 26?
You got divided into 2, a bit 13 for you American and Liberian, so that's 13 for you, not 26.
Hey, Honorable Building, we're talking about the U.S. issuing us 10-year visa, but in Liberia we issue passport for 5 years. We issue driver's license for only a year. How do you reconcile? How can you have a 10-year visa and a 5-year book?
Well, what's all that? These are all anomalies.
No, but can I answer that quickly? My wife has a 10-year visa, right? So when the passport expires, the old passport where the visa is in is still valid to enter America. So she can take both passports with her to the
Well, it
airport.
shouldn't be like that. There should be option for 10-year
No,
visa.
but I'm saying that's how it's done everywhere in the world. If you got a 10-year visa and your passport expire, the old passport where the visa is still valid. You can take the both passport to enter the United States.
Let me ask you a question. Say you're not statistic over Senator Snow representability. 20 million is unaccounted for in the budget. Something is missing. When he went to the executive and came back, what's going on with the alteration of the budget? You guys care to let us know?
That's no, no.
That's a different show, though.
Yeah, I mean they say hanging with us there at home.
That done.
Yes, sir.
I've been out of the country for a month on ECOWAS Parliament assignment. I got back last night. So I've not followed that development. I'll be in office on Monday. And if there's any fact to that, let you know as soon as I obtain the facts.
Okay, thank you very much.
But
Are you
for
still
me-
following all the other reports that are coming up?
Yeah, I've been following the other report.
Okay.
Stand up for me, I think.
I was talking about the ECOWAS part last night too.
For me, the budget is a serious mess, and we are in August now. August is just a week away. According to law, the new budget should be coming in by October. So we're hearing that the government wants to come and recast. It's something not making sense. In about 70 days, we should receive the new budget from the government for 2025. According to the law, we should receive it October so that we can start reviewing it and pass it before January 1. So the too much confusion. Clearly, alteration took place in the budget. I just think we need to use.
So are you confirming that alteration took place in the budget?
Yes, yes.
Are you putting this on the speaker, the deputy speaker, the
So why
waste
was Kenna ask the question so you want to ask me and you know about it? Why you answer?
Oh, you heard my answer.
Are you putting this on the speaker for
the budget is not.
Jay Merico, are you putting it on them?
No, again, I don't know who did. I know that the budget is completely malnourished. It is not properly designed. It has issues, and I think they're trying to correct that. But the numbers have issue. Even our Ways and Means people did found some issue with it. Even when the outtake came, they alleged that the speaker has spent so much, but the reality is that he has not. So there are a lot of anomalies with the budget. I just hope that we cannot continue this for 2025. The 2024 budget is a disaster and it's a disgrace. And I just hope that we can use all of the missteps to correct it. The unfortunate thing is that this is not the government, the kind of government that should be making those kind of mistakes. People who spend 12 years in power, then you are being announced as winner in on November 17th, and up to April, you don't have a budget. It is embarrassing. But I'm hoping that the team that is there now.
But Musa, what do you mean up to April? They're not April, we in July now.
No. What I mean, they submitted budget in April. They submitted budget in April. And it's like they were not even prepared to govern. So if you are prepared to govern, if you have a financial team, and once election commission declare you winner, there are things that you should be preparing for so that when the president comes, then he submits a budget for governance.
So Musa, is there a signed budget? Is there a signed budget that has been published by Foreign Affairs?
Yeah, they finally brought the budget to us now. We have it. It is different. There are numbers there that are different from what was sent clearly there's the big issue. But everything is politicized when you talk about it. Then they say you are anti-government. So I think what we're going to do now is to try our best to make sure that next year, this kind of embarrassment does not happen. It is quite embarrassing, really. Now, I don't know who is responsible for this. Let me give you an example. When the president recalled us, and this is some of the reason why, up to now, we don't have vehicles. It looks like the line that was set aside for them to use for our vehicle, that's what they took to fulfill the presidential recall. Can you imagine that? And so we cannot get our vehicle. We are lawmakers. All they know is the causing behind all we get high salary, we get this. From January to July, we don't have zero on transportation. And then that's 7 months, we have only 2.5 months supply of fuel. That's the story at the Capitol building. Okay, but then
we're gonna have you for us to talk more about this thing. I understand it's a lot going on. One side saying that was alteration of the budget, another side saying it's not. I want to say to every one of you again, we'll monitor the budget. People are accusing Fonatico for, they're accusing Dixon Civil, accusing J. Mervyn Cole, and
but those are not the people who printed the budget. How you gonna accuse them? Okay. The last person who signed the budget is the president. My man, I know you promoting the president, defending him, but be fair to Liberia too now. He the last person who signed. So compare what we gave him and what he gave us back. The author is there, now he's not with us.
But who will tell us the story if you're not telling us the story?
Go to a rescue team, they will tell you the real story.
Well, the show finished now. I gotta go sleep at time, man.
Uncle Sam, the show is over. Thank you, Uncle Sam.
Uncle Sam, thank you.
I love you guys.
We'll bring it. The team was standing on we'll put it out tomorrow. You can go.
But you can put it on. I'm very pro-American, so I can disagree with an ambassador, but I will never say America into nothing for Liberia. I have on many occasions disagree with U.S. policy. On many occasions, this is not what we're talking about. But when you say that the U.S. government has done nothing for Liberia, that's where I take a big exception. I have criticized America. When I live in America, I criticize America. I criticize America from the time I live in America.
You say you want to go to bed. Go ahead now. You say you want to go to bed. Go ahead.
All the time.
You say you want to go to bed. Go ahead.
America never helped Liberia.
The free. The pride. Uncle Sam, the few, the pride, the Marines.
Good night.
Good night. Mommy, happy birthday, man. Your birthday passed by Liberia time. We here with your brother Asido, as always. Yeah, you guys love each other, but you fight each other in the back. Asido, you got problem with Mommy? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Mommy, you got problem with Asido.
The men were hoping to use the walkout to pin the picture that America coming leave from Liberia, America hate the administration. So we told them no serious government will just see somebody pressing a statement and blame our country. Yeah, America, that in less than 24 hours, the issue statement, reconfirming that commitment. That's how it works.
Man, let us serious thing I beg you.
That's how
it works. They were shouting, making everything a flag.
What is your thing? The matter is your thing. What is your thing?
It too bad. It's dangerous for the country. Work out destroying our image with America. See the express statement. In less than 24 hours, America say we recommit. Because the woman are individual citizens.
Mommy, can you read it?
In light of recent events at the Liberian Independence Day celebration, the United States Embassy wishes to address concern regarding Shashi Affairs Rodriguez's decision to leave the event. The United States and Liberia share unique history and democratic values. Unfortunately, the national orator introduced divisive rhetoric and unfounded accusation. You see what they did there? They separated the country from the orator. They said the United States and Liberia share a unique history and democratic value. The two countries. Unfortunately, the national orator, the individual, introduced divisive rhetorics and unfounded accusation. The United States has a long history of providing foreign assistance amounting to at least $163 million annually. Next page.
Next page is what? It will be why, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
While the orator is entitled to freedom of speech, the CDA choose to exercise or right not to listen to such remark. So they make it equal. You can speak, I can move. The United States, this is the sweet plot. The United States remains a steadfast partner to Liberia, dedicated to fostering a positive and collaborative relationship based on shared values and mutual respect. We look forward to continuing our work now and in the future for the benefit of both countries. No serious country. That is the same thing I just read. No serious country will panic because an individual make a statement at an event. No country will do it.
Start on take this down now.
Well, you want me to put it up again? The people make official statement.
Stanton back, please, man. Stanton want us. Stanton.
Okay, why you want to talk in?
Oh, by way, Stanton. Sometimes I get weak and you know, we don't learn new things on the show. You know, there's journalists who I remember in the past reported the death of Ellen King. The journalist still said, I stand by my statement. Even though, Stanton, how many times you have heard Joseph Boga saying, we're making sure we do this for all our Liberians, but then he go and dismiss his edition. Listen, and you were talking. It only means someone don't understand. Wow, you can talk, people can shut up.
No, I wanted to go, but I said, let me wait for you. That will disrespect you. Let me listen to you now.
America will not come and release statement and say, we will do this, we will do that. No, that's not how they're not going to do that. And it does not mean they're packing their low and getting.
Can I ask you a question? Because I see that Oration say I think about the question. Do you think America? No. Let me ask you. Do you think the great United States of America will turn her back on Liberia?
No.
Because of one orator speech?
No. 100%.
Then what you say our time for
no, Stanton. That's why we're saying sometimes it is hard. Stanton, what we're saying is it has the ability to affect. Affect does not mean they're turning their back. Let me tell you, one, it can affect the amount of aid you get. Two, it can affect the way they interact with you as a country. Now, they're not coming on the radio to tell you, oh, we get a small aid because of this. Oh, we no. These things.
How will it affect Liberia?
I just explained to you.
The amount of aid.
It could.
For individual citizen statement.
Oh, but very small, brother. So you were talking about social media here with our clue on how.
So I just want you to understand something.
Yes,
the people found in Georgia government, folks that do massive corruption, they put it on sanction.
Okay.
In Georgia government, they went to Congress and testified that people were killing people.
Okay.
That means the people have a policy. In less than few months before Joel left power, he was sitting in Joseph Biden's chair, official chair.
Okay.
He sat in that chair. But yet and still, the people implemented that which they thought was right for Liberia.
So you
and for their own national security.
Now you agree.
What I'm saying to you, they go on individual, okay, not on the entire country. It didn't reduce the benefit that America was giving to Liberia.
No,
did it? No. They still kept on with the $163 million. They still kept with the usage contribution. They still kept with everything because Liberia as a whole must benefit. And therefore, they continue on that geopolitical.
It's okay, give me a chance now.
No, but don't be interrupting everybody.
Well, you already thought, Stanton. Stanton, you just agree with me that while the U.S. ambassador was visiting Senator McGill, now that time, they still went ahead. Now, like the same thing I said, that's why you agree with. They can be doing that thing in a diplomatic way. Instead doing their work that they should do. It does not mean because they come and post statements and say, we're continuing with it will do their work. The people before Senator McGill was sanctioned that night before, he was with the US ambassador. They were talking. Does that mean because they were talking so you are saying the same thing? Listen, these are standard statements they will put out. It does not mean America going or they live in Liberia. No. It only means it could affect, could, I'm not saying automatically, any country on earth. Again, it's okay for people to talk. It's okay. But these things got effects, Stanton. I'm not saying they will reduce. It is possible to reduce it. Listen,
On the
why
contrary,
you think America can give Sierra Leone 200 million and give Liberia 150 million? Because of certain things that you and I, they won't come and talk it, but there are reasons why. And you know, like I was saying, the national orator is a person. Like I said on the show, but the reaction of government officials towards her could play a big role. I'm not asking for somebody to be
The chairman of our Unity Party,
even the United Party,
Reverend Tappet, the chairman of Unity Party, Reverend Tappet. Did you listen to him? Did you read what he put out? He condemned the statement by the orator.
Okay, and I see what you're saying.
I just want to just put it out there. But now,
that the orator own thing, he's all got no problem with.
No, but what we are saying here, Minister Doe, for you to say the country going to crash, America going to take a back, on Liberia, I don't think it was right.
Who said that? Man? Who the one who said that? You asked me right here, I told you say absolutely no. Not that America going or anything. They still repeating this. But I want to read
this. No, let me pull this up real quick. Can you see it? The press release from CDC on the unwarranted statement by the hackers. Go ahead, read it, as
yeah, please let me read it. This is my heartbeat from serious people. So it says the National Independence Day oration should be about,
you can see it's in the chat room.
Let me read it from my phone. So it says the National Independence Day oration should be about peace and prosperity, not about attacks. But I agree with the attacks against the United States of America by the 177th Independence Day orator, Ms. Olinda Pila, does not represent the view of all Liberians who cherish the long-standing relationship between Liberia and the United States of America. While the Coalition for Democratic Change CDC supports free speech, of course we do, we absolutely don't condone any speech or action that demonstrates semblance of attacks on the values and principles of the United States of America and or any Liberia's international partners or diplomatic friends. Sound statement. Sound. Okay, let me stop there. So meaning it tells you we believe in freedom of speech. You can say your thing, but to be attacking our long-standing partner in a way it was done, not even critiquing them, but dismissing them, and then the president nodding his head, say, yes, I agree with you.
And Joseph Yaman Bwaga didn't agree with that statement.
Do that to our people.
Joseph Yaman Bwaga took a position. We want to say thank you, Damon, for always, and we say thank you to the team. We say thank you to the great work you guys did today. Thanks to Spoon Family and the Spoon Network. This is the People's Network. If you're joining us from Nimba, Grand Crew, River G, River 6, Grand Bassa, Maryland, Sano, Grand Jide, we want to say thank you. Bombing, Bon County, Grand Kipma, we want to say thank you. We want to say thank you if you're joining us from Lofa, Nimba, Magibi, Montserrado. If I didn't call your county name, forgive me. We want to say thanks to all that follow us, our program. Tomorrow, we'll just go through and have a wonderful show. We'll be joined by the Delaware Oldtimer. We carry the game live. If they are not playing any music that will be copyrighted, we'll carry the games live and we'll watch the event. If you're in the Delaware area, if you're in Philadelphia, you're somewhere around Maryland, New York, New Jersey, and you got nothing to do, just go hang out. Hang out there. We'll put a flyer up. If they send it to us, we'll put the address. It's a lot of activities will be happening. Go and have fun. Go with who you want to go with. Go alone. Meet and greet. Eat. Watch the Barrow versus Isoka Wilson will be present. Some of the old timer will be present, and it will be a wonderful program tomorrow. We'll try to carry live on Spoon and speak to some of the coordinator, the chairman, the organization members, that we all can have fun. We should always think Liberia. We should always love Liberia. And together, we can build a better Liberia. Thanks to a wonderful July 26th. May God bless you. May God keep you. Till we meet again, have a good night. Dr. Richardson, thanks. Things that thing has to do.